Arqus mean to you? So we will start with this, and in a few seconds we'll starting all the annual conference.
Yes, please. We need your help. You will be asked to do it throughout the day, so get used to it.
Labas rytas.
Bonjour.
Guten Morgen.
Buenos dias.
Good morning.
Buongiorno.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Welcome to the first annual conference in Vilnius University. So welcome here.
We are Claudius and Raimonda. We'll try to guide you throughout the day. But most probably you are wondering what such an unlikely pair is doing together. This is very symbolic. This is about European universities, from old ways to young ways, from old paradigm to new paradigm, from digital immigrant to digital native. Look at his tools.
So, we're really pleased to see you over here, and as we pleased you to fill some Slido here, we're just starting what Arqus means for us. I think it's really important because of this partnership, of this brilliant thing which is happening now, with the idea of one of the presidents of Europe. This idea came, and now after like 3 years or 4, it just how from which date you are counting it depends. But now we can see what Arqus means for us. So firstly, we see the collaboration. It's like the biggest word which is like imposed here.
But I see transformation, and this is most probably the most important word for everybody.
So I think that transformation period is really important for all of us, but also here we have intercultural exchange, which is also a sign of mobility, which we are here now.
But you know, actually, I am admiring the audience. I mean, in a minute, a wealth of words, ideas, and perspectives. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for participation.
So digital transformation, just getting in touch and used with us. So finally, let's start.
Let's start. And I would like to ask Professor Rimvydas Petrauskas, Rector of Vilnius University, to welcome you to our conference. Please, Rector.
Applauses to you.
Your Excellency Prime Minister, Minister of Education, Your Excellencies Ambassadors, Your Magnificences Rectors, students, and dear colleagues. I'm truly delighted to welcome you all to the first Arqus Alliance conference at our splendid historical campus of Vilnius University. Almost 3 years ago, 7 long-standing comprehensive universities, Bergen, Granada, Graz, Leipzig, Lyon, Padua, and Vilnius, from different European regions joined together to implement common institutional and academic objectives. Our alliance is a part of the European Universities Initiative. This initiative, supported by national governments and the European Commission, seeks to transform the landscape of higher education in the European Union by creating strategic partnerships among universities. Almost 300 European higher education institutions joined 41 alliances that aim to provide robust and seamless networks of mobility, joint studies, common institutional policies and activities for students, academics, and university managers. The long-term goal of these transnational alliances is to become universities of the future, promoting European values and identity and revolutionizing the quality and competitiveness of European higher education. I am convinced that we all appreciate very much the fact that we all finally meet face to face, or mask to mask to be more precisely. Our gathering here is an excellent opportunity to make sure at last that our alliance does not exist only as a virtual reality. We are a living and lively international community. Organizing studies and research activities during the pandemic has already been quite a task, but creating a completely new structure of intense and manifold cooperation among several universities in such challenging conditions is a far steeper ambition. Our alliance name stems from the Latin term Arqus, an arch, implying our determination to build bridges towards a shared future as a way to tackle global challenges and drive deeper European integration. Our mission is to work together as a laboratory for institutional learning in an innovative and open way, to attain a substantially higher level of quality in studies and research, to reach deeper social, cultural, and civic engagement, to educate engaged and critical European citizens ready for competent decisions making, to become a model for European university integration, and finally, to tell the story of our experiences, challenges, and successes to Europe and the world. I think the future is key word for this conference. First of all, this conference is the right occasion to reaffirm our strong commitment to further develop Arqus as the strategic partnership for our universities. Here in Vilnius and immediately after, we will be working to define our partnership more clearly and to reach some agreements that will help us to finalize more elaborate plans for the Arqus Alliance beyond the first phase. It's apparent that the key to the long-term success of Arqus is the equal engagement of all 7 partner universities, and hope that our meeting here in Vilnius will be a significant step towards our common future, not least because we need to be quite fast with our decisions. The new European Commission's call for the next funding period is just around the corner. No doubt, we, as well as all other alliances, are involved in a highly experimental activity of transforming and integrating the European higher education. Naturally, challenges, issues, and sometimes difficult conversations are unavoidable between different stakeholders, the European Commission, the national authorities, and also among partner universities. We must accept it as a complex reality which we are shaping together. We at Vilnius University are committed to allocating proper attention and resources from our side for the alliance to work. We also expect the continued support for the European Universities Initiative from the European Commission, but the support from national authorities in our countries is of key importance as well. Therefore, your personal presence here, Your Excellency Prime Minister, Minister of Education, is very reassuring. I think that our alliance already has a lot to offer to each other of our universities. Therefore, much stronger effort in reaching out and showing the benefits of participation is required. Our message about the alliance, about the possibilities we provide, shall be brought not only to the communities of our universities, but also to external audiences, our stakeholders, and our social partners. I think we have done a fair amount of foundational work in constructing links among our universities. Now is the time for more intensive horizontal relationship building between academic units across the Arqus Alliance, so that academics are able to identify and construct areas of interest. We often repeat that Arqus must not only operate as a network, but feel like a community, and communities emerge when a lot of people meet a lot and do a lot together. 3 years is a very short period from the perspective of centuries of university history. We need to look at our unification as a long-term vision. As a historian who has studied the histories of political unions, I am well aware that alliances take time, and success depends on the ability to listen to each other's opinion and on patience, but we also need determination in making the necessary decisions. The European Universities Initiative is a bold idea, opening up new and wide gates of opportunities for higher education. And this is why, in this very hall, almost exactly a year ago, Vilnius University awarded the author of his idea, President of France, Emmanuel Macron, the title, our Doctor Honoris Causa. I very much believe that this conference will help us to get to know each other better, to understand each other's expectations, and to build Arqus, a bridge towards the future. I wish us a successful conference and meaningful conversations in Vilnius. Thank you very much all for being here.
So I'm really thankful for our rector. As a historian, he really likes to tell histories and also to find the connections between the universities and historian lines. So now we'll have a video greeting from the commissioner, Maria Gabriel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to greet you on behalf of Commissioner Maria Gabriel at the occasion of the second annual conference of the Arqus European University. 2 years ago, you started Arqus. This ambitious European University Alliance was, from the start, more than just a project. It was a commitment to focus on 3 of the most pressing challenges of our time: a more inclusive higher education, supporting a more diverse population, helping society become more sustainable. And rightly so. Coming together across borders, languages, and disciplines, you have connected students and researchers, businesses, and civil society. Together, you are contributing to Europe's recovery, to the digital transition, and to the European Green Deal. Now you are starting to reap the fruits of your work. With your Open Mobility Agreement, you have laid the foundations for more and more mobility for students and staff, despite the pandemic. You have also launched a piloting joint blended program on rethinking climate risks, certified with micro-credentials. In particular, it is good to see that you are making use of this novel accreditation together with more traditional degrees, designing 3 interdisciplinary master's programs alongside it. For our part in Brussels, we will continue to promote the right conditions for seamless transnational cooperation between universities in Europe. This is a goal at the core of the European Strategy for Universities to be launched next year. We see the way forward anchored in 2 main principles. First, flexibility. We want flexibility for cross-border cooperation structures when implementing joint transnational education programs. This flexibility is very useful, whether we are sharing resources and infrastructure or embedding mobility modules for students and staff. Second, compatibility. We need an environment that helps higher education institutions to be more compatible across borders. I'm talking about EU-wide tools promoting quality assurance or automatic recognition of learning periods abroad. This kind of compatibility is essential for higher education institutions to grow and connect. So let me once again congratulate you all on your achievements so far, and this is only the beginning. I can only encourage you to continue this fantastic work. For our part, in the European Commission, we will continue to follow closely your achievements. I wish you all a wonderful conference. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to greet you on
I
behalf
think
of
if
Commissioner
she
Maria
would be
Gabriel
here, she would
at
be
the
happy
occasion
upon
of the
these
second-
applauses. So now, I would like to welcome and also to invite for the speech our former chairwoman of Vilnius University Council and also the Prime Minister of Republic of the Lithuania, Ingrida Šimonytė.
One needs to be a chair of the board of the right university to become a prime minister. Dear participants, dear members of academic community, it's a great pleasure for me to open this important debate that is taking place in Vilnius University that happens to be my alma mater as well. When I graduated from this university, one could only dream about such international forums as Arqus Alliance. It took considerable effort to recover from exclusion that the entire education system and culture of Lithuania suffered during the Soviet occupation. So I'm really glad today in Vilnius we are not lamenting about the past, but raising fundamental questions. What is the mission of the universities in the 21st century? How can universities contribute to multicultural, multilingual, and more inclusive Europe? We are living in the face of complex global crises, yet they have highlighted the importance of science, quality of education, and academic community. We have been convinced that today there is a greater division in the world, not between different nations or cultures, but between the people who trust science and appreciate critical thinking and those who easily succumb to conspiracy theories and manipulations. We are living in the times of extremely fast information flows, and today, quality scientific arguments and development of critical thinking are vital. Today, the most difficult thing is not to get information, but to distinguish between what is reliable and sustainable and what is not. During the pandemic, we have also seen the critical role played by life sciences, new research, and discoveries. It is only thanks to the cooperation and efforts of the scientific community that we do have the main weapon against COVID, and that is vaccines. Quite a few people have been intimidated by the fact that vaccines had been developed so quickly. However, it is obvious that global challenges will continue to require very rapid and scientific competence-based solutions. All of these are important challenges to the mission of universities in today's world. Today, we must all fight for common sense and critical thinking, because human lives depend on that. We must also work together for the best results and new breakthroughs. I wish you very valuable and productive discussions and bold solutions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And now I would like to invite for the final speech and giving the welcoming word, our Minister of Education, Science and Sports, Jurgita Šiugždinienė.
Your Excellency Rector, Prime Minister, dear participants and students, it's so nice to welcome all of you here in Lithuania and to talk about this excellent and very ambitious initiative. I still remember the trip that the rector of Vilnius University and I took to Brussels to participate in one of the first discussions and early presentations on the European Universities Initiative. At that time, I was very excited about this new idea, and I must confess that I still remain a big fan of this initiative. Today, after piloting phase 5 Lithuanian universities, together with over 270 other higher education institutions in Europe, are involved in 41 alliances selected and supported by the European Commission. I am sure that this is only the beginning. Why this initiative is so important for us, why it is so important for our country, for the government, and for the people. Firstly, I see that this initiative is an extremely ambitious project that encourages our higher education institutions to go beyond the existing cooperation in research, education, and innovation, and establish completely new forms of long-term partnerships. Secondly, I very much hope, and I would expect, that innovative solutions piloted by one alliance can be exported and applied in other higher education institutions, those participating in the initiative and those that are not. Thirdly, it's important that every university in the alliance brings to the table their own strengths and unique experiences. These strengths combined enable them to tackle the greater challenges that they might dare to face alone and make the impossible possible. A good example could be the possibility for students to obtain a degree by combining studies in several EU countries, by choosing their study subjects in the universities where they are best established. To reach this goal, we will need a little bit of bravery, innovative decisions, but also a lot of teamwork to create common tools and systems to harmonize regulations and procedures. Dear colleagues, we are determined to work closely with our universities in taking down national legal regulatory barriers that get in the way of implementing these progressive ideas. This initiative will thus be a much-needed impetus to review and improve our national legislative base. We all remember that the first alliances were right in the midst of implementing their strategies when the pandemic hit. I believe that pandemic has only highlighted the importance of the ideas that have already been developed by Arqus and other 40 consortia in the European University Initiative. The crisis also taught us that we need to be agile and use the momentum for the change. However, we also need test beds to try out new ideas and models. That's where the alliances come in to help us out. A very important and would say strategic initiative is to move from one-size-fits-all approach in higher education towards more flexible, challenge-based and personalized learning, which would be more accessible, tailored to individual needs of the learners. I am also very excited that the ambitious goals of different alliances are well in line with the vision of Lithuanian higher education system. For instance, your alliance, Arqus, plans to develop frameworks for quality learning, a pedagogical lab, a system to develop and award quality teaching, mobility windows, and new forms of mobility that will benefit students greatly. And it is very much in line with the plans of our government. Arqus seeks to widen access, inclusion, and diversity, to become more accessible to students from vulnerable groups, to find new ways to engage with pre-university pupils and share best practices. In Lithuania, we are in the process of creating our first national social dimension plan with the same goals in mind. I have no doubt that we will find valuable lessons in your practices that we can use on a national scale. Another example, micro-credentials. It's an excellent opportunity to transform our education to become more flexible and personalized. In Lithuania, we are currently working on a one-stop-shop platform for lifelong learning. Input from European universities' initiatives on micro-credentials will be essential for the wider development and use of micro-credentials nationally. The rector has mentioned the support the alliances need from the government and from the European Commission. And I recognize our role in supporting you in this endeavor. I understand completely that for alliances to deliver on the ambitious goals and to meet expectations, they must have favorable conditions, long-term support and trust. So our main goal while working with the European Commission is to ensure support and sustainable funding based on long-term vision. We are fully aware that initiative can only be successful if all relevant partners at European, national, regional, and institutional level work closely together. I very much hope that the European university alliances will be the icebreakers, but I'm convinced that many more will follow them towards the transformation of higher education. Good luck with your conference. Have a very productive conference. And what I would also like to encourage, catching up with or getting ahead of time for Arqus Alliance. Good luck, and thank you very much.
So thank you very much. And we are sorry, but we have to let go our board of member. She's very busy, and for our own sake, thank you very much. Greetings over, work starts. Where is Lido?
1 second.
Yeah, we want you to go through that and answer one more question. Okay, you will see it. What do you expect from Arqus annual meeting? And we need your answers because we are going to take stock taking at the end of the day for the first day. But now it's my pleasure and honor also to announce our keynote speaker. It's Peter van den Heijden. He's a lawyer, graduated from Maastricht University, and he was head of higher education policy in DG Education and Culture. Peter helped to build Erasmus program, Bologna process, higher education agenda. He also dealt a lot with Horizon 2020, European European research area, and a lot of, Europe would have been completely different if not this person. But saying that, I'm saying nothing. I want to say that this is a very warm-hearted visionary with great sense of humor. So it's my pleasure and honor. Peter, the floor is yours.
Wow, thank you, Raimonda. Fantastic. Here's my speech. I'm Peter from Brussels. I'm a friend of Arqus. A mic, this one? I can walk? Yeah, I'm Peter from Brussels. I'm a friend of Arqus. I'm a friend of Lithuania. But I'm also a critical friend. And I want to use this 45 minutes to have a critical exchange with you. Not very planned, but I have some messages to give you, apart from the congratulations and for all the hard work that you've done. We have 41 European alliances. My guess is that 6 will not continue. 3 will collapse for internal fighting, and 3 will send in a proposal that lacks ambition or is badly written. And I will try in my speech to give you some ammunition to avoid this failure and to build a successful second version of the Arqus Alliance. If you want. If you don't want, we are still friends. Because it's a very honorable decision to leave. If this is not your thing, this blah blah about transformation and all the rest of it, then you're not forced to do it. But if you want to have an Arqus, a slightly larger Arqus, a slightly modernized Arqus or transformed Arqus in the years ahead to 2030, you have to do 3 things. 1, you have to nominate the task teams. 2, you have to do your Bologna homework. And number 3, that's the most ambitious, you have to execute the Arqus work program. And we'll come to talk about the Arqus work program. But first and foremost, you have to nominate the task teams. Now, I know you have task teams, but I want to stress this, because it's often my feeling that the European universities is something for the rectors and the support staff. And if we want this to be a living thing, it has to be something of the rectors and the support staff and the teachers across our institutions. And I know you have work packages, as it's called in the jargon in Brussels, and it's very proud to be the work package leader for education or the work package leader for research as a university, but that's an honorary title. Because the real work takes place in the task teams. So you have a task team virtual campus. I guess you have a virtual campus after 3 years. I guess you're not still negotiating with an IT provider. But that's a task team. And it should consist of the people that are locally responsible for the virtual campus. The task team staff policy should consist of the people that are locally responsible for the staff policy, the head of the HR department, or even better, the deputy head, because the deputies are more ambitious. So for each and every task, and I guess that you have 40 tasks, I mean you have 6 work packages, and below the work packages you have the tasks, so let's say 40, it's Alibaba, the 40 robbers, or what's it called? So you have 40 tasks to execute in the coming years. Forget the years behind us, we know it was difficult, but it was difficult for everybody. So you don't get bonus points for COVID. We all have bonus points for COVID, forget it. What are you going to do in the coming 5-6 years? It depends on the women and men in those task teams. So February, you will hand in your proposal. Next week, you will nominate the people in the task teams. Lots of them we know already, they are in this room, or they're already working on the Arqus endeavor. But you will make, once you have defined your work program, that's my 3rd point, you can start populate these task teams. And they can sit together, they can Zoom, and they can provide ideas. And those ideas you put on paper, and that is the plan for the next years. So these people are crucial, and you have to invite them from the beginning before you hand in the proposal. I guess you do that. Maybe I'm stating the obvious, but I know alliances where the task teams are populated by people from the rectorate and from the international office. Well, they have nothing to do with Arqus. Arqus is the deputy head of HR, the deputy head of the library, the vice dean, the director of studies, the admission officers. They are Arqus. And if I guess, it's a nice figure, 6 work packages, 40 tasks, 40 people, times 10, you will have 10 members. Not 9, 10 is better. Imagine that one drops out. You will lose the application. So you will have 10 members, so that's 40 teams. Am I calculating right there? So that's 400 people. And I sat down with Vanessa in Brussels, of the unit where I worked a long time ago. We quickly calculated that in a few years, there will be 16,000 people running the European universities. It's a small town. And that's just the minimum, That's the people in the task teams. Because behind them, of course, are the teachers and the other staff in the admission office and in the HR and in the library. But the officers, the people that make it run, the backbone, they are 16,000. And in your case, 400. And get to know them and make sure that they are proud, that they do in their garden on Sunday, if they're cleaning up the wood in the garden, say, what are you doing? Well, I make the course catalog here in Vilnius University. But guess what? I'm now doing a course catalog of 10 universities. We are in this together, and this makes my job so much more fun. And I don't do it on a Saturday for Arqus. No, I do it on a Tuesday, because it's my daily job. And I have more chances of being promoted because I do this course catalog for Vilnius and the 9 others. So the presidents, they do have a role. They do have a role. The leaders, the deans, they should acknowledge this. It should be in your yearly review when you talk with your boss, the head of the library, the head of HR, or your dean. He or she should say, what have you done for Arqus this year? And if you have done something good, it should give you bonus points. That's why I spent most of my time talking about the gang of 40, or the 400, the 40 tasks, the 400 people who do the real job. That was number one. Maybe I've done my 15 minutes. I had two more things that you have to do. What is this? You have to do your Bologna homework, and you have to execute the Arqus work program. That's part 2 and part 3 of my speech. The Bologna homework, that's what I say it very simply. What I mean is all the modernization agenda that we have defined in Bologna. By extension, the ERA homework, the things that we agreed in the research area to do together, and what the European Commission calls modernization agenda. It's all jargon. Eh? Now it's transformation. It's a new thing. Whatever you come up with, it irritates the universities. Because we are already modern. We are already transforming. Go away. Leave us alone. But if you read this Bologna homework, with the competence base, the quality assurance, the recognition, if you read the ERA, European Research Homework, so it's open science, it is open, transparent, and merit-based recruitment, OTMR, those are quite challenges. And we have signed up to this. You have signed up to this in the clubs that you're in, EUA or Santander or whatever group that you're Arqus, yes, you're a member of. Your minister has signed up to it repeatedly. When you sign the charter for Erasmus, read it. Read it. Have you done this? No. Or not entirely. That's the minimum, ladies and gentlemen. Do your Bologna homework. Do your ERA homework. Take that list. And the ministers have repeated for you, for your convenience, on the 17th of May, council conclusions. The lady who was here was there as well. And they agreed point A to G. I don't know if that's 17 points, I'm not sure, but it was the 17th of May anyhow. And if you read that, people say, oh, are they crazy? But if you read it, it's quite straightforward, the things that you have to do. Reaching out to each other, reaching out to people in your region, most importantly. Modernize your teaching. Do the micro-credentials. Have joint recruitment. There I was a bit shocked. I was surprised that ministers would, not impose, it's expectations. They always do like parents, then they're not angry, they're disappointed. We expect you to come up with a system for common recruitment. That, I thought, in terms of subsidiarity, going quite far, but it's not an obligation. It's an invitation to think about an Arqus tenure track. And the people in my teams, your teams, the 40, who are responsible for, let's say, the course catalog, they will say to the neighbor when they're doing the garden, by the way, our kids leave the house in 2 years, and we will go for 1 year to Granada. Because all the 400 people, the backbone of Arqus, they have a career. They have a career in Vilnius, but a career in Granada. They have a career in Graz. And they know that thanks to the Arqus tenure track, which is not only for academics, it's also for support staff, they can move for 1 year, for 1 month. And even if they don't do it, it makes them dream. Being in Arqus, it's part of a dream. And I heard that the Unai Europa is another club of universities, one of the selected ones like you in year 1. They decided to be Unai Europa Campus Leuven, Campus Sorbonne. So it's one institution, it's virtual, it's a network, but this is very powerful. And Arqus can be one virtual institution. It's not a legal merge. It's what you do. It's what you do in the 40 teams. And if you have this one course catalog, that would be something fantastic if you would have this tenure track. Why am I saying all this? Oh yes, this is part 2 of my speech. It's the Bologna homework. Well, read the conclusions of the ministers, 17th of May, and cross out what you don't want to do. My guess is that this is your agenda, because the ministers are not crazy. They've looked around, the Commission has looked around, and they've taken the good practice of the European universities, and they put it on 2 pages. That's in fact what they did. We are never original in Brussels, but we know how to pick people's brains. So look at those points and see how you can execute them and how you can translate them into what I call the Arqus work program. And that's my 3rd point for the last 10 minutes, is you have to come up with is that true? You have to come up with a work program for the coming years. And now, what is sorry for being so practical. What makes a successful European University Alliance? What makes a successful proposal? Well, if there's a glass of water, it would be fantastic. Yeah, a glass of water. A proposal, dear colleagues, has to be realistic and ambitious. Thank you, very kind. So a campus on the moon is ambitious, but it's not realistic. A one-click course catalog is ambitious, but it's realistic. And you have to put things in there that are like that. So to the jury, it must be clear, hey, the Arqus boys and girls, they are doing their Bologna and ERA homework. They've finally understood the agenda that they've signed up to years ago. So you must demonstrate that in your activities. You must also have a few things that go beyond the usual. And this is this tenure track. This is the one-click course catalog. You know, the Allianz Versicherungen, the assurance company in Germany, the president had an interview, and he said, if people have to click 2 times to get their car insured, they move to another website. So if I want to study a module, a micro-credential of Arqus, I should get there in 1 click. I exaggerate, maybe it's 2, but definitely not 5. And this you must organize it for your students, for your learners, for the learners also in your region. Because we talk about lifelong learning. All my life, since I was a little boy, we talk about lifelong learning. When I was young, it was called éducation permanente. We forgot one thing, we forgot to organize it. So there's no offer, and there's no demand. And it means that 90% of adults on this planet do not engage in any structured education. It was also difficult to organize because you have to travel, you have to go to the university on a Saturday in the evening. Now this has all become possible, and through the COVID we discovered by acceleration. So definitely you served your students, and that is very honorable and great and fantastic, but you should think of the 90% that at present you are not serving. And for this you have to get really reorganized, And I heard one university alliance, the Guild, president said, oh, no, Peter, not possible. The funding model of, in the countries that my members are, it was Germany and Switzerland, the state funding model doesn't allow it, because it's based on degrees. I said, well, change the funding model. Come on. Brussels is happy if you have 6 problems in executing your work program. If you have 12 problems, it's even better. Because Brussels wants to collect the problems that you have and then go back to Macron and say, big mouth, you wanted the European University, but your professors cannot take their pension along. You make it impossible. Now, we used to solve it with Scotch, in Erasmus Mundus, recognition, mobility. You would always find a solution. You're very creative. But there comes a point where our political bosses have to step in and change legislation and change funding models. And the European universities, the 41, the 60, they can be a leverage for that. So put ambitions in your next work program that are not possible legally. Put them in anyhow. If in 1/3 of your members it's not possible, put it in anyhow. And create a scene, create a buzz, create noise. So this work program that you are going to execute, it deals with education, it deals with research. It also deals with HR. That's why I mentioned that three or 4 times. Because if you want to do a super Erasmus Mundus or a Marie Curie next generation, don't engage in a European university. Because it's much more than that. It's also about HR. It's also about data management. It's also about creating a common identity. So it is not a project. And that is a big difference. And if you like projects and you don't want all this bureaucracy of the European University, as I said at the beginning, we are still friends. I respect universities that say, we go for the ad hoc, we go for the bilateral, we don't need this construction. But you can use it. Now, European University, I want also to say, it's not totalitarian. It is not everything. To be provocative, for Graz, where's Graz? The universities outside Arqus are more important for you than the universities inside Arqus. For Graz, and for Leipzig, and for Vilnius. Vilnius has more cooperation outside Arqus than inside Arqus. And this will not change. My name is Peter van der Heijden, so I call it the Peter van der Heijden optimum theory. And if Raimonda sends out 1,000 students, maybe 50 are in Arqus. And maybe it will become 150, but it will never become 500. Because there's life outside Arqus. And the researchers, co-publication. I was with one group that had the first year, Maastricht. And I said to the presidents, they had not submitted anything. I said, you're not a network. Oh, yes, Peter, we have a working group on open science, and we have 112 co-publications in the group. 112. I said, fantastic. In 2018, how many co-publications did your researchers do in 2018? 20,000. 20,000 co-publications in 2018, of which 100 in this funny group. You're not a network, and you will never be. So the optimum for co-publications, that's what professors really want. They want doctoral students and co-publications, and leave me alone. The co-publications of your professors within Arqus will never be more than 5%. And that's already the optimum, in my view. And if the dean comes to you, the dean of medicine, and said, I love Arqus, from now on, all the co-publications within Arqus. What should you say as a president, if you really had power? You would say, you're fired. You're fired, dear dean, for lack of promiscuity. Because a serious researcher is promiscuous, and is not the prisoner of this funny network called Arqus. But you can use Arqus. I would say, use it. And to make you stronger, stronger together, was the colleague of Padova told me that I should mention in my speech. Stronger together is what you are going to do, but it means, most and for all, stronger locally. You use Arqus to become a better player in your region with the other schools, with the Fachhochschule, with the secondary education, with the vocational schools, with the Chamber of Commerce. You want to be a stronger player locally. And you use Arqus to benchmark, to become a stronger player. That is a main function of this network. And to become a stronger partner, because you have the one-click course catalog, because you have the tenure of staff, because you join the European pension scheme for researchers called Resaver. And all this makes you a stronger partner. You do the Bologna homework, you do all the action points, you do the open, transparent, and merit-based recruitment. And that makes you stronger locally, that makes you stronger in Arqus, but most important, it makes you stronger with partners outside Arqus, in Australia and in other parts of the world, Europe, most and for all. That is the function, and the activities that you come up with should have this kind of a leverage function, because if you do the table of content, the things that you want to, you know this whole proposal in February, dear presidents, you only need to read one page. It's a table of content of the work packages. Then you don't read the headings of the work packages, forget them. You read the 40 tasks, and they all have a verb. Build the virtual one-click module virtual campus. Create the Arqus tenure track. Set up the incubators Arqus network. These are the 40 tasks, and if the president reads these 40 lines, and if the head of catering or the milkman or the milkwoman of the president reads these 40 tasks, he or she will know everything that you do. And forget the mission statement. It is the one-pager, it's the table of content of the work program, and that's why this is the third part of my presentation. And what you should have in your proposal is something that, as I said before, it is this modernization agenda that is already yours, I suppose, but you have to demonstrate how you're going to translate that into something that serves your students, your staff, and your region. And I've come up with a kind of a criteria, because if there's a task, the course catalog, or the incubators network, imagine. I think that there are 4 things that you should look at. Is it, what was it? Oh, is it synergetic? Is it synergetic? Is it sustainable? Is it scalable? And yeah, and that's it. Synergetic, sustainable, and scalable. So this course catalog, if you just do it for the master students that are in the Arqus Joint Masters, don't do it. Waste of time. You do the course catalog, and it's à la fois French. It is both your local course catalog and the one collectively. So if you make a super system online, user-friendly, the most user-friendly course catalog that you ever saw, the one click, of course it's useful for the students in Vilnius and for the adult learners in Lithuania. And it's useful for the happy few that go from Granada to Lithuania. But we are not there for the happy few that go from Granada to Lithuania, even though the Commission dreams about it. What we are doing, we are serving bigger Vilnius. We're serving a student that is a nurse in the hospital. She went to the nursing training. She works in the hospital, but she wants to study medicine. And she has a rucksack with credits. Ramanda knows all about it. And thanks to the rucksack of credits, and thanks to the recognition admission track, Arqus admission track agreement that you have concluded locally, this student knows years in advance the waivers that she or she will get when she finally does medical studies. And the same for an accountant who works in a small accountant office and always dreamed, a bookkeeper who always dreamed to become an accountant. He or she can study the Arqus admission track and then go into this, have what we call recognition predictability. Commission always says automatic. There's no such thing as automatic recognition. But there is recognition predictability, and you can organize it locally, number one. And then, how nice, I'm a bookkeeper in Granada, and I can follow an accountancy program in Vilnius, and even go there for the summer course. But that's the cherry on the cake, this bookkeeper from Granada. The real cake is here, in the city of Vilnius, and you must serve them. So why am I saying this? Oh, yeah, synergetic. So if you do something, you come up with a recognition path. I call it admission, it's a new, I've invented myself yesterday, admission track. Because all this recognition, automatic, I don't believe it. But if you do an admission track deal with the hospital, with the bookkeeping agency in town, then you can really do something. But if you organize it, and you discuss it in Arqus, because the admission officers, they're one of the 40 teams. If you discuss in Arqus, then you can implement it locally, and you serve the 95% that will never be mobile. So that is, I would say, synergetic between what you do for the Alliance and what you do for the city of Vilnius. And the two should go hand in hand. And if one of the 40 tasks doesn't serve the city of Vilnius, it serves only the Alliance and the annual conference, kick it out. You don't need that task. So that's synergetic. Number two, it was sustainable. Yes, that's always confused me. Sustainable, huh? Because Commission sometimes means financial when they mean green, and they mean green when they mean financial. But let's take both. Huh? Every activity, this course catalog, it must be sustainable. So you must have a system that you can do it over the years with little effort. If you need 3 meetings of the working group of Arqus to keep the course catalog alive, don't do it. I'm a director of studies. My secretary can upload a new course in this catalog and doesn't need to travel for it. So it must be financially sustainable. It must also be green. This is the new thing that we are very well aware of. So anything that we come up, these 40 tasks, if they only have a life because of these few millions that you get, it's nonsensical. You should only do it if it would bring you money without the Commission grant. Because the Commission grant, dear colleagues, it goes from 5 million to 16 million to 24, plus what DG Research will come up with, plus what the national authorities come up with, plus the structural funds, because our colleagues in Central and Eastern Europe, they are the rich partners. Not in salary, but in facilities, because of the structural funds. It's fantastic money, but the money out of the Erasmus, even if you double it, I call it homeopathic. The 24 million is homeopathic. It's 400,000, 500,000 a year. You cannot run a department. And 1/3 Granada will take to do the website. So there you are. There you are. It's peanuts. And I call it money to meet. But that's a lot of money to meet. So you must consider it like that. It makes my deputy head of HR, my deputy head of the library, my directors of studies, he or she can now meet, organize, do things together, have a more sexy job. Not higher salary, because that comes out of another pot. Huh? But that is what these 24 are about. Why was I saying this? Oh yeah, they were still with, what was it? Synergetic. It should serve Vilnius and the Alliance. Number 2, sustainable. So even without the grant, you all wrote in your proposal, dear Commission, we love this so much, we would do it even without the grant. The day you got the grant, you started to complain. You became a syndicalist. Huh? Okay, that's to put aside. But that's just to say, if you do it for the money, don't do it. Because I always say it costs you the double. So if you get 16 million, it will cost you 32. At least, in staff time. Because take the 400 that I just mentioned, which is just the top of the iceberg, the 400 that make Arqus work, these colleagues. That's just the top of the iceberg of Arqus. So you can imagine in terms of salary that even 100 million from Brussels would not do the trick. So it must be sustainable for yourself, for what you want to do, and then comes the money from Brussels, and you say, how nice, let's use it. Now that we're here, that was sustainable. My third thing was, scalable. So if you in these 40 tasks, one task is called joint masters, and you produce 2 joint masters, or even 6. That's not scalable. That's the happy few. That's Erasmus. We have Erasmus. You don't need this European university to do a joint master. You should enable joint masters. And how can you enable joint masters? I'm very boring. By the one-click course catalog. Because we have, how many Erasmus students? We had 3,000 we started when I started working. I was the second civil servant working on Erasmus. Now we have 800,000 a year, maybe 600,000 on higher education under the Erasmus program. You know what these young people do? They do a second year in Granada, then they do a summer course in Graz, and then a year after they graduate in Vilnius. It's called Erasmus. Nice program. You know what that is? If I come from Mars, or a little bit, I look at this, say, you did a second year in Granada, then you did a summer course in Graz, and then you finished in Vilnius, and you did that with the Erasmus grant. You know what that is? That's a joint degree. Of course, that's a joint degree. It's a Taylor student professor invented, made, created joint degree. No working groups, no quality assurance of joint degrees. Come on. What a waste of time. Quality assurance joint degree. If you are in Barcelona, but you cannot leave Barcelona because of the COVID, and you have 2 programs to choose from. A standalone degree that Barcelona has developed, very good professors, and you have a joint degree that Barcelona has developed with Vilnius and Dublin. You will not move because of COVID, but you can choose the 2 programs. And my niece, she calls me in Barcelona, Peter, Uncle Peter, what program should I choose? Can you look at the catalog? I said, no, I will not look at the catalog. You just do the program that Barcelona developed with the 2 partners. Because by definition it's better. Because more eyes have looked at it. So stop having confidence about joint degrees. Stop, quality assurance is overrated. Sorry. And another silly thing is the quality assurance of micro-credentials. Come on. A lecture in Graz, Tuesday morning, 3 months in a row, by Professor X. Or a micro-credential, online with interaction and quizzes and tests and what is better pedagogically? By definition, the micro-credential, because this professor can be very weak, lots of complaints, but the university decided not to fire him, because you cannot fire an Austrian professor. So the pedagogy of a micro-credential, the Open University, year after year after year, it's the best university in pedagogical terms. So stop having conferences about the quality of micro-credentials, just produce them and make them fun, make them attractive, make them interactive. The learning, learning analytics of a micro-credentials is 20 times better than the learning analytics in the classroom. Because I only know that the lady, she wears a blue sweater. But with the micro-credentials, after 5 minutes, the computer knows, the professor knows, that this girl in the blue sweater reacts better to text than to audio, or the other way around. Anyhow, of course, we need blended. Of course, we want to touch the students, tra-la-la-la-la. Voila. How much time I have left for one more joke? No? Still have time, 5 minutes? Okay. Let's, I can sing a song. It's always good. Oh, pedagogically, it's also good to repeat. Huh? So let's repeat. And I always dislike it when they say, oh, the speakers of the conference will meet in advance. They will do a Zoom to avoid overlap. No, there must be overlap. Let the speakers say the same thing in their own way. Huh? You remember it better. Huh? So what I tried to tell you in my presentation was that you have things to do on Monday morning. You have to nominate, 3 things it was. Huh? You have to nominate the task teams and make sure that it becomes in their records, huh? for their promotion, their next career move. This is very important. The gang of 400, huh? the gang of 40, the people that will populate the task team, either as a task leader, or a deputy task leader, or a member, or a contact person, but every task will have at least 10 persons from the 10 universities in there. So you have to nominate them. My second was about the homework. Yeah, check what you have promised in the Erasmus Charter. Download the thing and read it again. Read what the ministers have concluded on the 17th of May. That is really your homework. And number 3, come up with a work program for the coming 5 years that makes you say, wow. And it will be 100 pages, I think, in the text, but it's actually this one-pager with the task and with the verb. Build the course catalog, create a tenure track, organize the incubators network. It's those kind of things. And if you read them out loud, you say, wow. And if everything is written and spelled out, and you have a president's meeting in January, and the presidents say, this is fantastic, this I can sell to my deans. Then you must start again. But there must be one thing in this list of 40 tasks, or 2, that really annoys the president, and that the president, I can never sell this to my deans. This will cost me my re-election. Then it is a good proposal. Huh? I was a European civil servant, and I once gave a speech in Toulouse for ECTS, if you were there, and I had to, my bosses left after lunch, I stayed in the afternoon, I had to tell a big room, three times this one, that the grant would go down and the task would go up. And they were very angry. I was back in Brussels, and there was a letter. Mr. van der Heijden was arrogant and impatient. And my director called me into his office. I was still on probation. I was not a fixed job. And he said, Peter, I have a letter. You are arrogant and impatient. And he said, come here. Let's shake hands. It was before COVID. You have this job. Yeah? Because it's our job to irritate. As a European civil servant, if you don't annoy the audience, it's not good. So there must be something in this proposal that is, don't really like it. Huh? And then it means you're doing something. The standard stuff has to be in there, the course catalog, the incubators, the staff policy, all this. And there must be 1 or 2, apart from the annoying bits, there must be a funny bit. If you were the Danube universities, you would say a bachelor on the boat. You are a captive audience, you can't leave the boat. So the chances of dropout are minimum, unless you drink and fall in the water. But I can tell you the jury member, and Ramonda has been jury member, and she has been reading many boring proposals, and she's not to speak with her partner or with her son about what she's been reading. But if there's something funny in there, she cannot help herself in the evening to say, listen to this, a bachelor on the boat. Or in a Zeppelin. So you must have a few things in there that are tickling. And you have them. Because those 400 people, the 40 task team leaders, who will all have their Zoom meeting between now and February, 3 Zoom meetings, I'm sure they have ideas. And they can send them to Granada, and the writing team can then put it to paper. By the way, I always advise, now we're doing the tips and tricks, this is all about co-creation. And then people say, ah, yes, 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 tears in their eye, co-creation. Aren't we in favor of that? And then I said, yes, but it's not co-writing. Huh? Dorothy, or her colleague, she holds the pen. And no track changes. And definitely no comments. I hate those comments, and they're so small. I always have to take off my glasses, especially you can enlarge them. No, if you don't like the work package, text, send an email with 3 ideas, but don't send track changes. And then it's much easier for the writing team to do the job. It will be much more coherent, and it will be very rich, because you haven't lost your time in rewriting. You have spent your time in collecting ideas. And you have so many ideas. I'm going to close very soon. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, time is ripe. Let's say, oh, I forgot the vision thing. Sorry, we always have to talk about vision, but I like to talk about action. People say, Peter, let me show you our mission statements. I don't want to see it. What are you going to do when? What are you going to do when for the citizens of Vilnius and for the students in the Alliance? That I want to know. And if I can see what you're going to do when, I can deduce. If you have a system to guide students that are on the risk of dropout, that can be an action. I don't need to read, we are inclusive. No, I read your action, and if I say, but you are helping the students, even the lazy ones, that is very inclusive. So I deduce your vision from your action, and not the other way around. Of course, we will say to the Commission that we had a big vision, and then we translate it into action. But in reality, you do the other way around. You have the vision in your back of your mind. So this is not about small things. This is about big things. This is about stronger together, as a colleague from Padua whispered in my ear. It is about momentum. We have a big momentum. We're getting out of the COVID. We're in the roaring 20s. And there is a thesis that this will lead to a creativity explosion. Because boredom is a source of wisdom. Not this brainstorming all the time and being active and tralala. No, just get bored. And we were very bored during COVID. And this will lead to an explosion of creativity. There's lots of money floating around. The productivity growth, which was not visible, is 1% in Europe, in the world, like in Japan. Now it's catching up. So IT is finally hitting productivity. And we ain't seen nothing yet. Alibaba, the president, Jack Ma, before he was fallen into disgrace, he already quit his job as the ex-CEO of Alibaba. And they asked him, what are you going to do, Mr. Ma? He said, education. Well, I can tell you, if he comes with his micro-credentials and Amazon to Europe, I can tell you they will be so user-friendly. They will have academic advisory boards, so the content will be okay. They will be one click. They will get accreditation. If not, they will go to the WTO and they will demand accreditation. And they will blow you away. Unless you get organized. You are the safeguards, the trust anchors. Your universities, you are trust anchor. And Arqus, it's the rainbow, very wonderful system, wonderful symbol. It also makes rain, huh? In every life some rain must fall. But you are a trust anchor. You are a trust anchor of knowledge. And like sorry for comparing with companies, your rectors don't like it, but Bertelsmann and Warner and Disney, they have content, and they disseminate it in a newspaper, in a video clip, in a classroom. So you have content, your professors have content. That's always the basis. It's the knowledge that you have. And you decide how you disseminate it. And you are the master of the game. You are the degree awarder. You can be an accreditor for micro-credentials of the Lithuanian Engineering Association. Why not? So you can do all kinds of things and serve our citizens and serve our learners, serve the 90%, work on the European sovereignty. Because Monsieur Macron, why did he want a European university? Because he's seeing the US, he's seeing China producing more engineers than all of us. And it's about sovereignty. 40% of the battery, 40% of the car is the battery, and the battery is produced in Asia. This cannot continue. We need a European battery alliance, and guess what? We have it. And this week Mercedes joined with Peugeot and with Total to create these European batteries, so that next crisis, which will not be about the masks, but it will be about the batteries. And that's why we have the Battery Alliance. That's why we have the European Airbus. And that's why we have the European universities. It's, when you take a few steps, it's about sovereignty. And this country knows everything about sovereignty. And in '62, my father was shaving, and I was 6 years old, and he said, Estland, Letland, Lithuania, so Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, they are now in the Soviet Union. This was in '62, eh? But you know, they still have an embassy in London, and one day they will be independent again. And I never forgot. Bonne chance. Merci.
Thank you, Peter. Let's get to the mic. Dear colleagues, I know we are very longing for coffee, all of us, but Peter came just for this hour, and he will be leaving in half an hour. So it's a chance to be provocative. I know he likes to be provoked. Please, 1 or 2 questions maximum, but let's enjoy it. Any questions? Or was it everything was true?
I think everybody are speechless, you know?
So you said all the truth. At last, we've heard it. Definitely? Nobody? No questions? Okay, thank you very much then. But I'm sure you will be attacked during the coffee break, so that's usual behavior at all the meetings. So now we will have coffee break, which is outside in the corridor. Enjoy it for half an hour. Yep.
So we will back at 11.
I think we did a bit of didactics here, right? A bit
Yeah.
of knowledge.
So-
hands-on. But now, as the audience is quiet, we can invite our first speaker. You announce.
Yes, so I will announce the first speaker. Who is she? And she is from Lyon. I'm really proud to have this part. Now we'll have like 3 presentations, really interesting ones. I hope that as really good as it was at Peter's, I believe in that. So I would like to invite Nathalie Monconfray. Sorry with the pronunciation of last names, it's quite hard. So we will have the presentation of the future graduate. I think it's really important from student perspective as it was for me. We were always talking about how the graduate of the university and also the graduate of Arqus Alliance University would look like. So this really important topic will be held by her. So applauses.
Okay, good morning, everybody. And really, I would like to begin the talk by thanking very much the organizers of the conference, of the Alliance Arqus conference, for the invitation to take part to this meeting. And it's really my pleasure to be here to talk about the future graduate. So, my name is Nathalie Moncoffre, and I work at the Nuclear Physics Institute of Lyon. I will tell you more about that in a minute. So what does it mean, the future graduate? Indeed, it's a very large question. And I decided to choose a way to talk about this future graduate. And in fact, I wanted to talk about students entering the world of work. So the point of view of the students who were future graduates, but who are now in the work of work. And I choose to talk about PhD student. Why? Because PhD, it's the education through research at the university. It's a very important period. And I wanted to talk about these students who went all the way and who are now, I would say, at the top of the university education. And so my approach is a very practical one. I wanted to have feedback from 4 PhD students working in my research group, and they are now in different companies, and they accepted very friendly and with enthusiasm to talk about how now they see their education at the university and how does it fit with the world of work. And then I would just say some okay, I'm sorry because I thought, so this is the way I wanted to introduce my talk. So the introduction, then the feedback from the PhD student, and then the conclusion. So as I told you, I'm CNRS researcher. So CNRS, it's the national research and people from CNRS, it's the National Center for Scientific Research. People from CNRS work in universities, and my laboratory is IP2I, and it means the Institute of Physics of the Two Infinities, and it belongs to a specific institute, which is IN2P3 of CNRS, and this lab is what we call a UMR. It means a mixed unit of research, depending both on the CNRS and Lyon 1 University. So Lyon 1 University, you know probably about this university. In 2021, there were more than 47,000 students. And there are 3 different big domains in the university, science and technology, health and sport. And so my lab is in the research we do there is in the science and technology part. And in Lyon 1 University in 2020, there were almost 1,500 students, PhD students. And during the year, 347 from them defended their thesis. And my laboratory is a rather big laboratory in the university with about 250 permanent staff and non-permanent staff, and among them we have 42 teachers, researchers, and 32 CNRS researchers. Most of them are doing nuclear physics and particle physics and astrophysics, but a small part of this lab is working on more problems dealing with society issues. This is the case of my group, which belongs to the nuclear energy pole, and the group is named MATIS for Materials in Extreme Conditions. And the aim of our research is to understand the behavior of materials in extreme conditions. I will explain to you because it's important, I think, to understand the different speech of the students. Okay. Okay. I wanted also to give some statistic from students making their thesis at Lyon University. So here you have the references about these statistics. What is important is to look at the average length of thesis, for instance. So you have 3 different, I would say, domains of studies, what we call exact science, human and social sciences, and life sciences, with the different colors. So when you look at the average length of the thesis, you see big differences between, for instance, exact science and human and social sciences. And for instance, in exact science, today there is no possibility to make a PhD if you are not, if you have no fundings. Okay, you're obliged to have fundings. And I think it's not the case, for instance, in human and social science, where you can make PhD in another way. But of course, probably there are less PhD students. The average length for exact science is 3.4 years, a little bit more for life sciences, and for human and social sciences, you see that it's much higher, 5.6 years. So average, we say it's about 4 years. So inside our university, there are rather big differences between all these students, and I can imagine that from a country to another, I know there are very big differences in the length of the PhD. Now, if we look at the thesis by disciplinary field, you see that half of the theses come from the exact science domain. And what do the students do after the PhD? You see here that either research, public or private, or teaching, or outside research and teaching. And so for exact science, for instance, most of them make research after the PhD, 40%, more than 40%. And it's an important point to note that, for instance, for human and social sciences, 70% of them teach at the end of the PhD. And for what they do outside research and teaching, you see that it's almost equivalent in the 3 disciplines. Okay, now what about the different types of fundings that we can get? So it's available in France. Either you can have what we call a doctorate contract. It means that your fundings come from the doctoral schools. And for instance, at the University of Lyon, there are about 12 doctoral schools, or from what we call ANR, which is National Research Agency. So in that case, the money comes from the French Ministry for Research and Innovation. But you can have also industrial agreements for training through research. It's called CIFRE foundings, and it aims at developing the collaborations between the companies and the academic world. And if you have a CIFRE founding, then your salary is paid half by the ministry and half by the company who employed you. And each year we can say that in France there are approximately 1,300 agreements of CIFRE, awarded CIFRE. Then you have the local organizations, local authorities, typically the région, and in France, in Lyon University, the région is called Rhône-Auvergne. So this region can give some fundings for thesis. And of course, the last one is the European Union. So many possibilities. Of course, I don't tell you about all the possibilities. For instance, Marie Curie, but you have much more than Marie Curie possibilities. And what is also interesting is that you can have the possibility to allow an economic actor and a university from different universities from different countries to have common projects. So now, to finish this introduction, my question was, at the university, how the training through research is, or not, but I think it is, we'll see, an excellent education for entering the world of work. And what are the assets of students? What is really, important in their education that give them all the assets to be well prepared to the world of enterprise? And I think it's a real and very important question to answer. So as I told you, my approach, very practical one. I wish you will not be too much surprised by that, but it was to have discussions with 4 students who made their PhD in my group. So Benoît, Gwenelle, Maëlle, and Nicolas. And they were very happy, I would say, to answer my question, to discuss with me. I explained them the context of the talk, and they accepted to make the job. So before talking about what they think about this education, I'm sorry I have 2 slides of science, okay? But just to explain you the context. So who are these students? So they made a PhD in my group at IP2I, in the Matisse group. And I told you the research topics was to understand the behavior of materials in extreme conditions. So probably you know that it's very important because still in France, 70% of our electricity come from nuclear power plants. We have close to power plants, but we have still 56 power plants distributed over 18 different sites. And so this problem is very, I know it's a little bit controversial topic, but it's a reality in our country. And what is represented here is the nuclear fuel cycle. It's a figure that explains how uranium from the mine, from the top here, you see, uranium from the mine goes through different treatment, conversion, enrichment, and then elaboration of the U02 pellets, because U02 is the fuel, and then how it works in the nuclear reactor, and after that, how the fuel is, the spent fuel is treated to make a new fuel and so on. I'm not going to talk to you about that, but I will be able to if you are interested in, but that's not the subject. But I would like to say that all along these nuclear fuel cycles, there are materials that are submitted to very, very hard, very specific conditions of operation in terms of temperature and in terms of irradiation. And of course, these temperature, it's important to model the temperature conditions, in particular for safety issues, to look at damage, to improve material aging, and so on. So in that frame, there is a law that was voted in 2006 that give money to French research to make programs to look at these problems. And in the frame of these programs, many collaboration with the French Nuclear Industrial Network Here you have EDF, Orano, ANDRA, IRSN, and CEA, and of course a lot of academic public university and CNRS. And so this is in the frame of this topic that they made their thesis. And the second slide concerns the different nuclear reactors, I would say, generation that we had in the past. The first one were UNGG reactors. Okay, now they are all being dismantled. It was generation 1. Now we are in generation 2 with the PWR reactors. The EPR is the generation 3, and the generation 4 is then after something completely different. So UNGG reactors that are being dismantled, now there are tons of nuclear graphite to dispose of. Okay, what to do with this nuclear graphite? So it's a problem of waste management, of contaminated waste, and of course it's a concern EDF, which produced the electricity. So Gwenaëlle, Nicolas, PhD were in the frame of this study. And also ANDRA, which is in charge of nuclear waste management. So Maëlle, PhD, was on that problem. And there were, of course, it's an international issue because most countries have decreased the production of nuclear energy, but you have the waste. And the graphite is not typical of French problem. It's a problem everywhere in Europe. So at a European level, there were Euratom programs. Euratom is nuclear energy at the European level. And so, for instance, the Carbon Waste Project was a big project in which, in particular, Maëlle worked, and it was very important for him to work in this project. So, and Benoit was working inside the reactor. The material that is inside the reactor, it means the fuel. And in the fuel, fission products are produced, and he looked at the behavior of this fission product in the fuel, so he worked with Orano. Okay, so here they are, okay. They made their PhD, and they will give us their views on what their thesis taught them. So, Benoit, Gwenaëlle, Maëlle, and Nicolas. I'm not going to read the title of their thesis, but you see it's very, of course, like every thesis, it's very specific. So just to say that first, a thesis just bring you very technical skills, because you have to really understand what's going on with your subject. So you have to use, in their case, very specific analytical techniques. These were big instruments, so they were working with a lot of other people. And so this is the first point. The PhD thesis bring you, I would say, hard skills, okay? But what's interesting is that it gives you also what we could call soft skills, and I would like to also develop that point, right? So, okay. So, yes, the arrow is to say that at the beginning of the thesis, Gwenaëlle was the only one who knew that after the thesis she wanted to enter a big company. And she was sure of that. She had made her decision before beginning her thesis. And the three others, they wanted to enter the academic world. Okay, so after the thesis, they have tried to do so. So I will begin with Gwenaëlle. So Gwenaëlle is now at the head of the chemistry pole at Bugey. Bugey is a nuclear power plant not far from Lyon. It's the oldest one. And she now has a team of 30 people with her, and she has a very nice job. And she was really very enthusiastic to talk about her education, because she is very proud of this education. And so she told me first, okay, for me a thesis was so it's short, you know, a 3-year project. So I had to manage my project. So I was, from the beginning, I was a project manager. She had this feeling. So, and she wanted to make a kind of correlation between what she had to do and which skills it bring her, okay? So for instance, when you begin your thesis, you have to make a bibliographical work, okay? You have to read a lot of publications, and then you have to synthesize it. So it's a hard job, and it's very difficult for most PhD students, but for her, it develops her ability of synthesize, to have clear ideas, to order ideas, to make a kind of outline of everything which has been done in the field. Then the other skill is when you have to write publications, when you have to write regular reports, and of course in the end when you have to write your PhD manuscript. And so here, it's like, you know, writing a book or writing a story. You have really to be very precise, accurate, so you have to improve your writing skills, but not only. Then she participates, of course, like most students, and not in the COVID period, to conferences. So how to learn, communicate results, to be pedagogical, to adapt to the audience, to be at the same time very technical, but also to be able to give interest to people who are novice, for instance. And of course, she also admits that she has improved the English. And then she wanted to point out the teamwork, which was very important, and she has made a PhD in a very large network, and from that, through these networks, she has learned how to listen and how to be more efficient in this teamwork. Okay. Now, she told me also that the thesis, it's difficult. It's not a peaceful river, you know. So you have to front problems. You have many obstacles to overcome. And also it's great learning through that. And 3 years is a very short time, so you have to prioritize the actions, sometimes to make compromise. Okay, you have, of course, to respect deadlines, to respect the objectives that you have, but you have to manage. So you, in that prioritization of actions, she developed the autonomy, the way she had to manage herself, the different actions in her thesis. And the parallel in the industry is that when you have a problem in the industry, you are also looking for solutions. So nothing is impossible. You are continuously, she told me, improving. And the thesis taught her how to solve problems, and sometimes how to get around problems, because sometimes it's difficult to solve a problem. So she really makes this parallel between these two experiences. Now, how does she use this experience in the working world? So her first word was innovation. It's very important, because she thinks that because she has made this PhD, she is able to innovate and to simplify the organization, to make people participate. It's very important to her. Her type of management is giving responsibilities to people, because she was very happy, I would say, that during her thesis, she had really the responsibility, and she wanted to transmit this to the team, to involve them. So in her team, she told me that really a very good atmosphere and a major team. And she's very fond also of what benchmark and this kind of things. And she's also, it's important because from her PhD experience, she wants to develop strong working, okay. She wants to develop also strong local collaborations. So I mentioned, for instance, car sharing. Perhaps it's a little bit strange, but she wants people to participate to everything, even in the everyday life. She wants to involve the population around. It's very important, of course, around a nuclear power plant, to discuss with political authorities, to for instance, for environment control and so on. So all this enthusiasm she took from her PhD experience. Now, the next one is Nicolas. Nicolas, he wanted to enter the academic world, so he made a PhD, 2-year PhD in Marcoule at CEA. And his main concern is where industry meet university. He had a CIFRE thesis, that means he was paid half by the industry, half by the French Ministry of Research. And so for him, the most important is to combine these two worlds with, of course, all this that I already said, the fact that you have to respect deadlines, to work with other people, and to communicate and practice English and so on. But what's funny is that Nicolas is today the only one who doesn't work in the world of nuclear energy. He works in a company which is called Diam, and it makes, in fact, it designs, manufactures, and markets technological cork closures for good wine bottles. And he is very happy in that work. So just to tell you that the thesis in the field of nuclear energy does not prepare only to nuclear energy work, but typically here it is in the south east of France. And he wants to point out the development of different skills through the autonomy he could have during the thesis. And he wanted to tell you a few words. I'm sorry. Nicolas. So, please.
Hi, I'm Nicolas Galli.
Yes, Nicolas.
Hi, my name is...
No. Okay, again and again.
Hi, I'm Nicolas Galli. I'm 30 years old and I'm a doctor in physicochemistry of materials. After a master's degree in physical chemistry at the University of Montpellier, I complete my thesis on the decontamination of nuclear graphite at the Institute of Nuclear Physics of Lyon in collaboration with the French EDF company. Thanks to this thesis, I developed my sense of teamwork, but also my ability to carry out a project in total autonomy. I learned a lot in terms of management, use of different equipment in material analysis, synthesis of results, and report writing. Today, I am a research and development engineer at Diam Bouchage, and I apply every day what I learned during my thesis. Within the group, I am considered the expert in oxygen permeability, and I lead several innovation projects up to patent writing and industrialization. In summary, the thesis made me grow and mature to allow me to reach the position I hold today.
Thank you, Nicolas. So the next one is Maël. So Maël, for him, the international collaboration was very important. So Maël is now working at EDF, and during his thesis, he had many collaboration through a program, a European project was called Carbo Waste for treatment and disposal of graphite and other carbonaceous waste. So it's very hard and difficult to work within a European project. You have deliverables, you have really deadlines to respect. And every year we had a meeting in different countries. Here you have different companies we were working with. And we participated in regular meetings in all these countries, cities. We had one in Vilnius, and we visited at that time the nuclear power plant of Ignalina, who is now stopped. It was very, very interesting. So Maël wanted also to tell you something.
Hi, my name is Maël, and I'm currently working for the EDF dismantling division in Lyon, which is by now in charge of the decommissioning of 11 nuclear reactors, among many others that have to come within the next years and decades. The dismantling projects cover many engineering fields like instrumentation, waste management, etc. So it is a great challenge to target them, namely in terms of planning, cost, waste and radiation. And to reach that, the university gave me a strong background. I mean, especially the PhD I passed in 2014 on the dismantling of the first generation of French nuclear plants. I led this project in close relationship with the actors of the nuclear industry in France, whose issues have been slightly different at the time for each of them, so it was mandatory to prioritize some activities that could best meet the main goals that we set together with our partners. And then this project was part of a European program that made me interact with companies and institutions in other countries. So all of these points finally provided me the keys to address the project to which I contribute today.
Thank you, Maël. And then, so the last one is Benoit. So Benoit, he made a lot of different postdocs abroad, in Helsinki, and then at the University of Orsay. And then he spent 2 years in a startup of computing science. And for him, really, he said that the thesis was a wonderful launching pad. Today, he could have been there earlier, but he wanted to perhaps to try something else. But today he's engineer at Orano in Lyon, and what he wanted to say is that he really encouraged students to make a thesis. He said to me that the master degree does not sufficiently prepare students to a real life of work because too much theoretical training. So really, you want to say it's really I'm happy to have made this thesis because it's a real top education to enter the world of university. And also, he was making teaching, and he made me. It was funny because he said, "Okay, at the beginning, I was not preparing my lectures enough, so I realized that some students." Did not understand what I said, and I couldn't give the good answers. So he said, teaching is a good experience to really be accurate. And he wanted me to tell you about this kind of saying we said, ce que l'on conçoit bien s'énonce clairement, et les mots pour le dire viennent aisément, which means what is well understood is clearly stated, and the words to say it come easily. So this teaching experience was very important for him. So now I would like to conclude.
Hi, my name
Benoit
is
wants to say also a few words.
Years ago, I made a PhD at IPNL, which is a French research lab, where I studied the behavior of fission gas within nuclear fuel. So this PhD was funded by Framatome, which is one of the leaders in nuclear industry. After this PhD, I decided to continue as a postdoc researcher for 3 more years, and then I moved to the private sector as a software developer and system engineer. My PhD and my postdoc helped me a lot to develop both hard skills and soft skills. For hard skills, there were obviously instrumental developments, thanks to the many experiments I had to perform, and programming, because I had to perform data analysis and experimental automation. So concerning soft skills, I learned how to organize my argumentation for presentations and articles. And there is also one good example of networking, because I've recently been hired by Framatome, which is a company that funded my PhD a couple of years ago, thanks to the support from my supervisor from Framatome at this time.
I'm sorry the sound is not so good, so I hope you can get some words of Benoit. So now I would like to conclude. By first an observation is that since 2009, there is a 13% drop in the number of doctoral students. Then that in the research and development staff of companies, 57% are engineers and only 70% are PhDs. So it's relatively few doctoral students and doctors in these companies, even though these degrees prepare students for research in all these disciplines. So why? Probably because there is a lack of recognition in the business world of this very high education diploma. And consequently, less and less students want to prepare a PhD. So it's a pity because we could train more PhD. And okay, what are the solutions? We have to remotivate students at the end of the master degree And I think we can consider that recently a decision was taken to increase by 20% the number of state-funded theses, and to increase also, and this is very important, the salary of the PhD students which was very low, and it was decided to increase the salary. So my final slide is I've tried to show you that future graduates, it's a challenge for tomorrow, and PhD students are very important national and international actors in the world of research. And my approach was to discuss with these 4 PhD students and to try to show what the thesis brought them and which skills it can bring to, allow to develop to enter the industrial world. And also to speak a little bit of the French method, because I know that in all the different countries the method is very different. So my opening will be, and what about you? How does it work in other European universities? What are the feedback of the PhD students on their thesis experience? Would it be completely utopic to build a more uniform European university system for PhD students, for instance, in terms of length of PhD thesis or whatever? We can discuss about that. So I would like to thank Gwenaëlle, Benoît, Mel, and Nicolas for their help in preparing this talk, and I thank you very much for listening and for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Mankoff. We can allow a question or two if there are any questions from the audience. Or will we jump on Professor during the dinner, lunchtime? Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now I will announce another next speaker. And while preparing for this, I had an opportunity to learn a new word. I don't know whether you know it or not. If you know, what does it mean, Anthropocene? Please nod. Okay, good. For those who don't know, I will read out, because I've checked with the professor who is going to talk whether I can read it and whether it's correct. He said, yes, you can. So the Anthropocene epoch is an official unit of geological time used to describe the most recent period in Earth's history, when human activity started to have a significant impact on the planet's climate and ecosystems. So and now our professor, Andrei Spiridonov, he is professor from the Faculty of Chemistry and Geoscience. He is a paleontologist. Will try to tell you how professors feel in this epoch. I'm really very interested to hear it. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So hello everyone. As was presented, I'm working on global scale processes at different time scales, from short ones of tens to thousands of years to really long ones of hundreds of millions of years. So I will present what I think about the Anthropocene, about our current state. So it was a very recent paper, discussion in Nature by leading archaeologists, geologists, and paleontologists. Anthropocene, event or an epoch. It's usually described as geological epoch, but geological epoch, it's quite a long time. Really, really long time. It's something in order of 2 to 10 or 12 million years. Before that, we lived in a so-called Holocene epoch, when we had deglaciation and a warm and suitable climate. And now on, scientists think that the current state is sufficiently different from the Holocene that we should put a new name, the Anthropocene. In Greek, it means new man, because the scene, kainos, it means new. It's new epochs of the of the geological past. And it started, according to different definitions, 150 years ago, or maybe just 70 years ago. So probably some of the audience were born in Holocene, in other geological epoch, and lived through it. It depends on the definition, but it doesn't matter, in geological context, since the time scales are so short. And how it was defined, as William Shakespeare could have said, and he really written it, something rotten in the kingdom of Denmark. We can say that something is respired, or something is enriched in the air, in the realm of man or realm of people, and this is the CO2. And it's not a trivial matter. It changes absolutely everything. It will define us to our end and to end of our grandchildren, and this change, the chain of events which we began with Industrial Revolution will further ripple through the time. So other scientists think that it should be called an event. So maybe we are not from different epoch. Maybe we're just living in an event. In geology, events can be of different duration. Some are short, probably a day or two, like asteroid impact and its effects, or could last for millions of years. But I hope that this event of the global disturbance wouldn't last so long. And we should learn how to really live sustainably on our planet for hundreds of thousands of years. We need to learn how to think in long-term scales. So this is a geological time scale. Okay, so here are different eons subdivided in the eras into periods, and after that we have epochs. Each subdivision is not arbitrary. It is made based on the global changes in geological records. Something happened. Something really, really important happened. The bigger the subdivision, the more important the event was. And it was recognized even 150 years ago when definition of formal eras by John Phillips, friend of Darwin, was found that there were global turnover of faunas. So between Paleozoic era and Mesozoic era, the Mesozoic and Cenozoic era. And here is more modern picture. This is a graph made by me from the paleobiology database, and we can see the time starts here, the last 500 million years, and now we're here. And this is the number of genera of marine animals, and we can see that there are huge fluctuations in numbers. Each negative fluctuation is a mass extinction event. So as one French paleontologist said, life's history never was a bed of roses. So we had an event on every occasion. Here is originations, and here is extinctions graph. So here is the mass extinction that wiped out the dinosaurs. We can see that there were a lot of very powerful events, and here is very similar to in its causes to the current state is so-called Permian-Triassic extinction event, which was caused by CO2, the huge amounts of CO2. Our planet was a real hellscape. And here are some projections of the CO2 in the future. It depends on how smart or how selfish we will be. So here, the green one is the optimistic, and the red one is if we are completely stupid. So amount of CO2 or petagrams or billions of tons of carbon respired and emitted to the atmosphere. It's a scale in years, in calendar years. And we can see how concentration will change and how the temperatures will change. So we better stay at this green line because bad things will happen. Really, really bad things. Because it was calculated that the threshold of 5 degrees is a threshold for the mass extinction event. So completely an alien world. And as you can see, if we stop emitting, so we use all available fossil fuels in several hundreds of years, temperatures wouldn't drop immediately. The Earth system will reabsorb CO2, but our conditions will last and last and last and last and last and last. So approximately similar conditions would be recovered geologically quickly after 100,000 years. So modern estimates say that per year we have a mortality, excess mortality of 5 million people. It's like, you know, all the COVID deaths each year. But this process is increasing exponentially. Even in best case scenario, we'll have probably tens of millions of excess deaths. In this case, it will be kaput. Yeah. So we should try to think how to calculate our impact. For example, we extract the energy, we're living wealthy, but we should keep in mind that billions of dollars produced in this way will have costs for almost effectively infinity of time. So you divide, you know, some number divided by cost, which is infinite, so your gain is 0. So that's how we should think about it. Because if we put this CO2, we should think about CO2 as a nuclear waste. For example, people think about nuclear waste that it resides, you know, for tens of thousands of years and can be harmful for humans. The same is for CO2. It's not directly harming, but it's systemically harming by destabilizing all the systems, all our sustainability. And we should keep in mind that our short-term actions will ripple for thousands of years. And here is the latest picture from the IPCC report. So here are reconstructed temperatures in paleo records, and here are simulated temperatures. And modern models, they can replicate what can be found in paleo records, which are really alien worlds of the past 60 million years. So we can see that the modern conditions are very similar to the interglacial conditions, the last interglacial conditions. The last interglacial was much warmer than the current Holocene epoch. And also here is the last ice age and hyperthermal world of the Paleocene. And here is model tracks the data. So we can see that the modern data can really have a very good predictions. And we can see the rapid pace of increase and very powerful increase in temperatures. 1.2 degrees, the goal is 1.5, but it's probably unrealistic, so it's better to stay below the 2 degrees, because after that you will have the positive feedback loops. And nothing positive is in positive feedback loops. We will just increase and increase the effects we'll release additional sources of the greenhouse gases. So what is the difference of 5 degrees centigrade? It's essentially the difference between the ice age and the modern world. So modern world would look like an ice age in comparison to future world. So we are heading to very alien future. And we should think about that. How can we cope with something? For example, there are some initiatives in Lithuania when people start growing trees, forests. But if we keep, putting into atmosphere this CO2, those forests are dead, since the temperatures will be completely different by the end of the century. And probably we need to plant not spruce trees, but palms or, I don't know, some kind of eucalypt trees. So we need to think about those scales and also the magnitude of change. So we'll experience very large magnitude of change. And we need to prepare ourselves to thinking that the change will be here. And it's not some small splash, it's like, tidal wave, which will recede after hundreds or thousands of years. So future in the past. So we're here, we are really, it could be said we're really still in the ice age, since we have continental ice sheets, and the last so-called ice age fluctuations were just increasing amount of ice. But we can be in much warmer states. And similar events happened in the past. So here is an example which was caused probably by large igneous province, by gigantic volcanic activity. So our activity would look like, from the geologist's point of view, as some kind of super volcano exploding each year. So I calculated how much CO2 we importing into the atmosphere. It's like a super volcano each year, every year, for tens of years. So that's a magnitude of change. But nobody will find any volcano, just a weird biogeochemical anomaly, very spam-like, this outlier. Something similar would happen. And our impact is not only is for the atmosphere and for the temperatures, it's also for our sustainability systems. We think about the nature that should be conquered, but it's really the life support, or how to say, our existence support system. As NASA said, that you need tremendous amount of knowledge for the sustainability of one astronaut in the space, that this astronaut can wash its teeth or go poop, you can do here, on Earth very freely, because Earth's conditions are quite optimal for the human existence, but we eroding this. So one example of this is an example of many extinctions on the continent, many extinctions on an island. So this is the island of Cuba, several thousand years ago, probably when Egyptians built the pyramids. So these weird animals lived in the island of Cuba, giant owls, which look like a bit ostriches, terrestrial owls, dwarf giant sloths. We are kind of giant in comparison to modern sloths, but kind of dwarf in comparison to continental sloths that lived several millions of years ago. So we should keep in mind that we are constantly destabilizing the biosphere, which supports us. So we should keep in mind that how we develop, we should find the place for nature in order for us to survive. So here is an example of sliding baselines. So we think about what is normal when we comparing into the historical record. But what is historical record? Historical records or prehistorical records said that ecosystems were much more productive, and we are exploiting them beyond their recovery capacity. So here is the picture of horseshoe crabs. Everyone knows who are those horseshoe crabs. Can you show hands? It's like, those large arthropods with big shield. They really don't look like horseshoe, and they are much less crabs. They are really sea scorpions in disguise, very prehistoric creatures, which are really living fossils from 500 million years ago. And here is the farmer which harvested in huge amounts those crops and used them for fertilizers. And now on, they are very rare animals in which tourists go in eastern United States to see them laying eggs, and it repeats and repeats and repeats out time after time for many, many different taxa, for many different fisheries and so on. So here is crabs. They are almost like gathered like in giant coal stacks and used as fertilizer for soil. And we, as I mentioned, that when we stop doing something, it doesn't mean that our impulse would be forgotten. Earth doesn't forget, you know. It has so-called long memories, and those long memories is more than a metaphor. For example, current CO2 that we are emitting, it's partially buffered by the oceans, and those oceans absorb this CO2, and due to its complex structure, it buries inside itself this excess CO2. But when we'll stop it, after 1,000 years or 2,000 years, depending on the conditions, the ocean system will return all our depths. So the effects which we create now will ripple for thousands of years. So one example from Lithuania about long-range effects. So Lithuania 380 million years ago looked like here, something like Arabian Sepha or lagoons in which evaporating minerals form, for example, gypsum or anhydrite. And this kind of mineral created very specific types of rock formations which are very easily dissolved, and they are rich in sulfur, which creates unique landscape and also creates unique biota which can live there, and which creates conditions for unique human cultures that live there. After 380 million years here, so we have a lot of sinkholes here. So there is geologist sinkhole formed very recently. Small sinkholes on yards form each year. And inside those sinkholes live unique microbial ecosystems. And some scientists even used unique yeast strains, you know, to create beer and gira, the beverages. Some alcoholic, some not. So you can see that when you change something, the effects, they go for very, very long times. So the lesson number one, our actions transcend time scales and have long-lasting and sometimes massive effects. So how to think in deep time? And we should learn so-called long-termism. So these are two books that I liked. I read them this year, even though I'm a geologist, but I like to read, you know, about geology for non-geologists. This book by Marcia Bjornerud, Timefulness, How Thinking Like a Geologist Can Help Save the World. And the world really needs saving. Not a, you know, planet, but world, I mean humanity, just one species. We should be humble, you know. And Deep Time Reckoning, How Future Thinking Can Help Earth Now by cultural anthropologist Vincent Ielente. So he talked about the case of the Finnish nuclear waste facility. This is probably one of the greatest human achievements, scientific achievements, when tens or hundreds of scientists, they planned how to store radioactive materials. We know that radioactive materials are very, very dangerous, so we think about them, you know, in a right kind of mentality. So we need to think about how to preserve them, that they will be stable for tens of years, for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years, and even for a million years. After a million years, it gets a little bit difficult to prognose, you know, something. Yeah, but we should keep this lesson for ourselves keep those lessons from these scientists and model our actions that we need to plan not just in years, but also in tens of years, in hundreds of years, that some institutions that are responsible shouldn't be abandoned or changed. Some actions should be very, very long term. It's the same, about the CO2, which also will last for thousands of years in our atmosphere and will have, tremendous effects on our livelihood. So long-termism should replace short-termism in order to achieve sustainable existence and prosperity. How can we achieve that? 3 goals can be put in place. Earth system perspective at all decision-making levels. So, for example, if we're changing something in Earth's conditions, it can affect, for multiple generations, for tens or thousands of generations. Achieving multi-scale thinking and planning skills. So this long-term, short-term exercising of our brain muscles, even though it's oxymoron, but we should teach those skills, and also striving for equity, enabling the knowledge and action opportunities for as much people as possible. Since we saw in Lithuania, for example, that we have all solutions, but we have 30% of anti-vaxxers, and they are dragging all the society. This similar stuff is in many fields. And those people, as the research shows, are poor, uneducated, they are disadvantaged, they don't have opportunities to learn, they just don't understand scientists, they don't understand the process, they believe what they can understand. So the striving for equity is a very important goal. It's a primary goal for our long-term prosperity and survival. So thank you for your attention, and have a nice Anthropocene.
So I'm really thankful for you. So maybe there is some questions we could have, like 1 or 2 over here. I see that everybody are still rethinking what kind of presentation we already got. So I'm really thank you for you. So
thank you.
Big claps for Andreas. And COVID and all our digitalization process also taught lessons on some technical issues, how to deliver the technologies in our academias. I think it's also a brilliant thing. But I would also, because I think that we missed auditorium, like people sitting around. So how do you feel? Can you evaluate by just taking like this or that or that? So to see the auditorium, how you feel. Okay, so I feel that you were quite nice, yeah? So we have only 1 presentation left, and then lunch is coming. So I think that you're really happy and waiting for it. But we have a really brilliant presentation over the University of Bergen. And really nice professor, which she couldn't arrive here due to some obstacles which came. This is the life. But as I told you, the technologies now really help to take some videos. So now we'll have a presentation of Kiki Flescher-Kleiden, which will be talking about how universities and Arqus Alliance could deliver the sustainability and sustainable development goals. So now your eyes to this monitor.
Dear Arqus Alliance, dear colleagues, thank you for inviting me to address how we as educational institutions and researchers together can drive sustainable development. I'm a climate researcher and a director at the Björknes Center for Climate Research at the University of Bergen. And as a lecturer, supervisor, and climate communicator to students and various stakeholders, I want to address this subject from a perspective on climate challenges. Some of the biggest global challenges we face in our time may seem totally insurmountable. Despite UN efforts, EU cooperation, regular government reviews, and ongoing agreements, there is a slowness in many systems that hinders progress. It's not that we do not know what the challenges are, but their roots sometimes lie deep, entrenched in processes and structures that are difficult to change. We often see that the political response is to focus on the low-hanging fruits and quick gains, to make marginal changes that can be measured. However, real change depends on us tackling our deepest and most stubborn challenges. I just turned half a century, and today's world is vastly different than it was 50 years ago. And the pace of change is accelerating, with increasing globalization, new advances in technology, communications and social networking, increased access to information, an explosion of knowledge, and a number of increasingly complex social and environmental issues. Working life is also changing rapidly, with demands for greater mobility, growth in knowledge-based work, the emergence of multidisciplinary work teams engaged in innovation and problem solving, and a much greater demand for continuous learning in the workplace. Our education must equip students for a changing world. However, we often continue to present subjects and research in silos rather than treat learning as an individual rather than a collective activity. Universities play a unique role in achieving the goals of sustainable development. We serve as drivers for knowledge, for innovation development, for solutions and partnerships. The interconnected social, economic, and environmental challenges that are facing societies around the world cannot be overcome without scientific research, data, and evidence-based policies. Education and research are explicitly recognized in several of the Sustainable Development Goals, and universities has a direct role in addressing these. Universities hold a position of neutral and trusted stakeholders within society. They have a key role in educating the public and other sectors on the SDGs. Universities, through their extensive research capabilities and activities, have a critical role in providing the necessary knowledge, evidence-based solutions, and innovations to underpin and support achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs provide a unique opportunity to higher education institutions to demonstrate their willingness and capability in playing both active and meaningful roles in the development of their respective countries and their contribution towards global sustainable development. They also provide a unique opportunity for collaboration and partnerships, North-North, South-South, and North-South. But the universities need to rise up to the global challenge. Policies to meet the Sustainable Development Goals need to be informed by policy-relevant evidence, co-designed and co-produced with the pertinent stakeholders, taking into consideration local and political contexts. Universities are uniquely placed to lead this cross-sectoral implementation of the SDGs and advances in the 2030 Agenda. Building and strengthening and institutionalizing university partnership with governments and communities to achieve the SDGs call for a change in mindset and culture, not just in government, but also in academia, and to invite both parties to start the dialogue. And this is so important if we are to rise up to these global challenges. What is needed is a long-term and sustainable strategic partnerships to bring universities, governments, and the communities they serve together in addressing the pressing challenges and transforming societies. Universities need to institutionalize partnerships with the government and the community. And universities that are seeking to institutionalize engagement with the SDGs very often focus on aspects of institutional structure and culture, traditionally associated with sustainability, namely to look at their own infrastructure, to look at and do a curricular reform, to look at where their funding sources are coming from, for instance, divesting out of fossil fuels, and leadership and policies. But a community-engaged university embed the engagement in their institutional planning. However, we see that there's a pervasive trend among universities to often establish centralized entities, such as a government or a community relation office, responsible for the whole of university approach to coordinating and organizing relations within the government and community. I would advocate for a more collaborative governance structure. This would enhance the opportunities for exchange and integration and the advances that are needed to address the SDGs. Institutional mechanisms such as incentives and clear guidance should support the faculty engagement efforts, as well as promote accountability for such engagement. For instance, adjusted the faculty review process to take into account engagement in SDGs activities. Universities must play a leading role in the strengthening of the science policy interface for the SDGs. Universities need to provide neutral platforms for the cross-sector dialogue. And universities need to get involved in the political process if we're going to face these grand challenges. And we need to strengthen our transdisciplinary learning and educational interactions. Because universities, we are responsible for training and shaping the future leaders of sustainable development. By integrating the SDGs into curricula, they can provide students with the knowledge and the skills needed to address them. Moreover, they can establish educational programs that emphasize interdisciplinary learning and promote multidisciplinary systems approach to solving the increasingly complex challenges facing societies today. This calls for a change in mindset, this calls for a change in culture, and we need it if we are to rise up to the global challenges that are facing us today. And climate is one of the biggest global challenges we are facing. On the screen, you see the World Economic Forum's list of the 10 most critical problems in the world. Climate is at the top. But it's interesting to note that lack of education is considered to be a bigger challenge for people than food and water security and unemployment. The world's climate is changing fast, with more and more greenhouse gases added to the atmosphere. And the latest report from the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, clearly state that climate change is affecting every region on Earth in multiple ways, and that the changes we experience will continue to increase and worsen with further warming. What is needed to limit the impending climate change catastrophe is urgent cut in fossil fuels. According to the report, if temperatures continue at current speeds, the global warming would reach 1.5 degrees by 2040. And according to the report, human activity is estimated to have caused approximately 1 degree warming since 1850. Can we handle 1 degree more? If we fail to limit the warming to 1.5 degrees, even a half degree change, up to 2 degrees, will significantly exacerbate the risk of droughts, of floods, extreme heat, forest fires, and poverty for hundreds of millions of people. The most devastating effects are on nature and on Earth. Beyond 1.5 degree target, species loss and extinctions will increase significantly. Only 10% of the coral reefs are likely to survive global warming of the 1.5 degree targets, with 99% expected to die at 2 degrees. We will no longer face the dilemma in maintaining our current lifestyle, but rather struggle to survive on the deeply damaged Earth. The ecosystem, both in the ocean and land, will be hurt from this, with species loss and even the smallest bacteria in the ecosystems are under challenge from global warming. Our security in terms of food and water is also threatened by increasing global warming. How are we going to feed a growing population on our planet? We also see that extreme weathers, and this summer gave us a direct idea of what the future will bring with the flooding that took place in Europe. This is from a flooding event in Norway a year ago, where a whole valley was underwater, enormous damage, or the roaring forest fires or extreme heat waves that hit the northwest of the US this summer. Ice is melting on land, both glaciers and in Antarctica and Arctic, and this is leading to increasing sea level, also hurting a lot of island nations and coastal regions on the planet. And another important ecosystem, not just the coral reefs and the rainforest, but also the unique ecosystem that are under the sea ice in the Arctic, are under threat for global warming. The report is a warning bell, point of no return, and a door that shows the way to a world that we cannot live in. Now, the IPCC report calls for measures to reduce climate change in order to achieve a balance between lowering energy and resource intensity, increasing the rate of decarbonization, and safe removal of carbon dioxide, carbon capture. And there are a lot of avenues to try to reach and mitigate the high emissions of fossil fuels that are today going into the atmosphere. But we're also in the middle of climate change, so we also have to learn to adapt to a warming climate. We're in the middle of global warming right now. Nevertheless, the reports are filled with data. They are filled with new knowledge on all the physical aspects of the climate system. But nevertheless, the IPCC reports overlooks and underestimates the role of education in bringing about climate change, and refers to it only in relation to behavioral change. It's not surprising that education is largely not presented in discussions on climate change, since virtually nobody working with education participated in the writing of the IPCC report. However, this reveals a question that is much deeper than just representation. At the heart of the problem is IPCC's de facto support for business as usual in education, a continued belief in modern mass education as a solution to climate change, where the premise is that broad access to quality education will automatically lead to higher environmental awareness and behavioral change. Although the IPCC reports mention the value of indigenous peoples and local knowledge, most international development work, including educational initiative related to the Sustainable Development Goals, has consistently prioritized Western education models that focus on economic growth and social justice over environmental consideration. We are right now face to face with global warming. And such an approach to education does not represent a solution, but rather a central problem for the environment, for climate, and for sustainability. Is education a solution to, or is it sometimes also a cause of the problems we now face? I think it's important to disconnect education and economic growth. And the work of major international agencies towards SDG 4, achieving quality education for all, converges around the economic growth logic, while largely ignoring negative implications for the environment and for climate. In fact, most of the education-related work of the leading international fora, everything from the World Bank to the OECD, presupposes the paradigm of ever-increasing economic growth. Although recent official statements from the World Bank, from OECD, the Going for Growth 2019 reform priorities, and UNESCO suggest adaptation to the SDGs, it is economic growth that underlies, and the negative implication for this has for the environment and sustainability is ignored. The incompatibility between SDG 8 and 13, 14, and 15 is not clearly highlighted. It might seem unclear whether education policymakers or we educators for that matter are unaware of the environmental consequences of modern education policy, or too sure that just raising the quality today will somehow yield positive environmental results tomorrow. Whatever the reason, we no longer have time to ignore the inherent contradiction between different SDGs. Instead, we must recognize that the global goals are connected and that they will inevitably require balancing. Nielsen et al. In their paper in Nature in 2016 warned that if the countries ignore the overlap between the SDGs and simply start trying to tick off targets one by one, they risk perverse outcomes. Understanding interactions, including the negative ones, between the different SDGs, including education, economic development, and the environment, climate, and sustainability, is therefore an instrument for rethinking when and under what circumstances education can help to limit or accelerate climate change. The solution to this is interdisciplinary collaboration and courses, and to rethink economic growth, and to make sure that the growth that are happening is a green growth with international collaboration. I also want to advocate that we should move away from the focus on student achievements. If we look at SDG 4, it seeks to achieve quality education for all through a combination of ever-increasing access, ever-increasing raising the quality, and highlighting the knowledge and skills needed to achieve sustainable developments, such as human rights, culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and the appreciation of cultural diversity. Nevertheless, most discussions among education policymakers, researchers, and teachers had dealt with how to operationalize the SDGs 4. It focused solely on educational access and quality measured by student performance, which we can see when we study in detail SDG 4.1 to 4.6, the detailed comments. But they have largely overlooked the role that education might have in enabling sustainable lifestyles, which is outlined in SDG 4.7. Since the launch of the SDGs in 2015, the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, UIS, has focused all its efforts on developing calculations for SDG 4.1, 4.6, whereas 4.7 has been unaddressed. This omission is evident in the published SDG 4 data books. And the recent came out in 2019, the Global Education Indicators 2019, which reflects on the global priorities underlying international development. When SDG 4.7 is discussed, sustainable lifestyle, it's almost always related to pupil student-centered education with a strong emphasis on improvements in individual cognitive skills, which suggests that the goals can be achieved within the current education paradigm. However, environmental psychologists have shown that higher cognitive skills and knowledge do not necessarily make people act. Rather, culture, including the concept of self, the self affects the likelihood of people mobilizing for environmental action. Espen Stoknes studied in his book What We Think About When We Try Not to Think About Global Warming. His research is suggesting two important points. Education is crucial to saving the climate, as it has the power to convey or change culture. But also more important, we need a fundamental change of education itself to shift the discussion from knowledge and skills, curriculum, as well as access and justice structure, to a more fundamental reassessment of the self and others, including nature, culture. We need to meet nature again and understand our role in nature. It's a cultural part of who we are. So the solution is that maybe the Earth doesn't need more highly educated consumers. The challenge for the Arqus Alliance when it comes to the SDGs is that we must re-describe the world and adapt our education to new conditions and change this way of being, change our behavior. In 2040, when we have passed the 1.5 degree temperature, the SDGs will inevitably be replaced by the next set of global targets. Should we then still present old assumptions as new solutions? Perhaps the only way to escape the echo chamber is for us to take a break in deep reflection of how we got ourselves into the current situation. Thank you for your attention, and I'm deeply sorry that I could not have traveled to beautiful Vilnius and be with you for this very important conference. I wish you all the best for the rest, and thank you for your attention.
We are so used to this distance, communication. I would like to ask her any questions, but no, it was video, so we will not ask questions. But I would like to thank all the presenters of this part for their wonderful, challenging presentation that gave so much for all of us to think about. And now a few household things, how we going to proceed.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of stuff just to rethink, to gather all ideas which we got. But there is also technical information and some guidelines through how we will work later on. So if you are taking photos and giving everything, don't miss to have the hashtag of Arqus, or also just to say marks in social media. I know that today it's working, especially Facebook, so because it's here is so popular, so yesterday it was crazy here, but now it's working on. So, but also, if you are just misunderstood anything, you can't find what the program is, you always could you will find near the auditoriums QR codes, which you can simply scan and find all the program, where it will be the program and map, because it's really important for the other part, which we'll have after the lunch. Because we will have group working, I think that you find a lot of ideas. Now it's time to talk about the ideas, about the future, the sustainable Arqus future, and also what should be brought or could be brought out of our heads and could be made out of good brainstorming. So we'll have 5 groups. I would like to mention that we will have these 5 groups in different just buildings. So it's really important you to be guided. So there will be, you can simply go by yourselves using map, or you can take responsibility and also just use some help of volunteers who are helping. They are having hoodies of Vilnius University, so they're really prepared for the help. So we'll have 5 groups. I'm just simply remembering that first theme is Global Dimension of Arqus. The second group discussion will be about future labor markets and Arqus graduates. The third group will be about online learning at campus university. I think it's really important nowadays. Okay, the fourth discussion will be inclusive mobility, a state of mind, different culture approaches to inclusiveness. And the fifth just group discussion, which was really just talked upon, the sustainable Arqus. So these 5 thematical groups will be held in different buildings, as I told you. You could use the help of volunteers or use QR codes. What you will be doing, I think that your moderators will help. These are colleagues from the universities. But simply, after this work, you will bring 1 slide of problems and solutions. So sometimes it's hard to think about what solutions we're bringing on. But then we'll have a panel discussion and we'll be back over here. So now I think...
Yeah, just yes. You will be taken there after the lunch, but if you have problems coming back, just yell, okay? Because we know that in this building there are a lot of problems, and you will be, some of you will be out there. And I would like to ask all of you, because whatever you are doing after the lunch will facilitate panel discussions. We need challenges and solutions. So this is the task for all groups. And that means that whatever you will decide on will find its way on the screen, and our poor panel members will have to react and answer, depending again on your reaction. So we need to think, we ask you to think of the challenges and solutions, because challenges, we can easily speak about them. It's much more difficult to bring solutions. And now lunchtime.
Yes, because I think everybody wants food. You will find it all way through the doors and in the second floor.
Second floor, go. So not to be so crowded here. Also go some go down a floor, one floor down. Thank you.
invite you to take your seat.
And
Yeah?
fasten your belts, please. Now the interesting part starts. Again, to get a bit of quiet and, you know, a bit of reflection, 2 questions, one on Lithuania, one on Arqus.
So, the first question, I think it's really important just to know what the religion we have. Like, it's called like our second religion, Lithuania. And here you have 4 just things to choose, kinds of sports. So first is volleyball, second is football, third is handball, and fourth is basketball. So now you can choose which of them is our second religion. Which sport is it? So,
is it enough? Let's
wait a minute. It's just like 21 people who have voted. I know that here I can count that there are more of you sitting.
I hope Lithuanians do not vote here, because they know very well.
So, sorry, but our stadium for football is really small, so that's why it's not our passion and not our second religion. Sorry, but we're trying to be. Maybe one day we'll have like normal stadium for football, so then maybe
Don't
it will
say
happen.
that. Don't say that. But we don't have something, you know. So we have everything.
Okay, then we have volleyball. Sorry, it's also not our religion. But we have quite good players over there. Handball. Is it handball? Raimonda?
No.
No?
I'm not a sports person, so you go on.
So for Raimonda, I think every sport will be the second religion. But I personally know that Raimonda is also passionate about basketball players.
How do you know that?
So the basketball is our second religion, and we have famous team. I know that you know Žalgiris, and also if not, I'm just have to announce that you have to go to Kaunas to see the Žalgiris Arena, and you have to feel what the basketball game feels like sitting over there with 15,000 people watching this event, which is happening on the basketball playing championships.
Okay, so
maybe the next question, just to have a bit more time.
Yeah, and next question. What is the name of Arqus postcard series? Arqus on Air, Voices of Arqus, Arqus Knowledge Pills, Arqus on Air, Arqus Connecting People. What is this? It's jumping.
Or it's Voices of Arqus.
Voices of Arqus. What? I didn't say the full.
Voices of Arqus, everything's fine. Huh? Okay, some time for you. So now we can see also if people are listening or watching, but listening the podcasts of Arqus. And as I see from the results, people are really knowing about Arqus Knowledge Pills, which is the name of the Arqus podcast series. So it's really nice that people know. If you do not know, it's the first time for you to hear, and also just to follow this podcast and also to listen to some interesting stuff which is happening over there.
But I hope the name will change with time, because pills is for sick people. We don't want Arqus to be sick. So when it's on its feet fully, I suggest you to think about the name, okay? Okay, now we have a very interesting presentation from students. You introduce it.
Okay, so like a month ago, we met in Granada with the Arqus Student Council. And we were talking like what we should present over here, what it should look like, our presentation, what Arqus means for students, and why students should benefit from it. I really remember the problems, issues, challenges, obstacles, and also just some perspectives which we draw on that board in Granada. So I'm really kindly to ask my good friends, Catalina Chenglin, the Vice President of the Arqus Student Council, which is sitting in the Arqus Council for its establishment, and also Lasse Emken, the President, just like till few days, he's staying like a president, so it's the last moments for him. as Arqus Student Council. And also, I'm presenting Elida Linnea Slatum from University of Bergen. So I think that we can make some applauses for them. They're presenting Arqus in the student eyes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Respected rectors of the 7 University of Arqus Alliance, vice rectors, the management team, the collaborative members of the Action Alliance, and my dear colleagues of the Student Council, as well as the staff and students of the host university. My name is Catalina. I'm a current PhD student and a former student representative at the Student Council for the PhD student at the University of Granada. And good afternoon, everyone. And I had the honor to be elected as the vice president of the Arqus Student Council last year, where I coordinate with the president of the council, Lasse Emsken from the University of Leipzig, group discussions and activities where we try our best to boost student participation at all levels within our alliance and in collaboration sometimes with other European student unions and international student associations. As for our presentation today, Arqus, it's coming forward, sorry. In the student eyes, we have divided it into 3 parts mainly. And just for the introductory part, just because I am the few remaining student representatives who joined the Arqus Student Council when it was first established. So I'm going to talk about how it was established, its creation, and how it's evolved so far. And later on, Elida Linnea from the University of Bergen, she will be giving her speech on some current perspectives on threats and opportunities. And just to finish up, Lasse, the president of the council, will be giving some insights about some future perspectives that we call it the utopia. And all of this based on our perspectives as students. So, to begin with, just right after the establishment of the Rectors' Council, on October the 18th, 2019, if I'm not wrong, just a couple of weeks after, the Arqus Student Council came to life. It was established on October the 31st of the same year, and we've had our first ever formal and physical meeting in Brussels. And at the time, we were 11 students. Next slide. We were 11 students of different university levels who spoke 6 different languages. Well, we had our we based our communication tool using English, of course, but with our beautiful accents. And also, we had a very varied academic, personal, and professional backgrounds. However, all these differences did not pose any kind of impediment or challenge, since we all shared a very clear goal. And it was that we were all convinced that the Arqus initiatives were going to bring positive changes for the academic and the professional world, and all to benefit the European society in general. And we, as student representatives, we were very eager and willing to contribute on behalf of the students, to raise voice for them, to defend the rights, and to work on joint projects, so to create right conditions and develop actions to benefit their education needs. And then we gradually made our goals through comprehensive discussions and actions based on democratic values, the inclusiveness and mutual respect, which are also the core values of Arqus. So when COVID, and we all suffered from it, when COVID struck the world at the beginning of 2020, and like other management boards that comprise Arqus, we realized that the digital transition was one of our top priorities. So in order to continue our task in a sustainable and lasting way. And as a result, we began to adjust our work scheme fully online through collaborative and dynamic works. We understood that teamwork was essential to work critical thinking and obtain innovative proposals. And I greatly appreciate the commitment of my colleagues who made possible great advances for our work plan. And during that period, well, that period also meant a turning point for the Arqus Student Council, for us, that we switched it from the version 1.0 to 2.0. This is us on Zoom. Of course, we are young people, so we could only have formal monthly meetings all the time. So sometimes we even had some mingling sessions just to have some relaxing conversations, to pop up curiosities about, we ask, so how your student association, your student parliament work in your institution, etc. And all those informal or semi-formal sessions did help us the efficiency of our collaboration later on. So next. And well, it's going very slow, so be patient. So these are some of the many topics we brought up to our group discussions, and based on which we developed activities in forms of active participation in student forums offered by the European Commission, calls launched directly from the Arqus project itself, and in collaboration with student representatives from other alliances. So despite the global pandemic, and thanks to the efforts of the group of the Arqus management team, we could finally recover our mobility and hold again a new physical meeting last month, September, at the University of Granada. Safe and fruitful, by the way. I wasn't there, I have to confess. I was doing my research stay abroad in Mexico, but I want to say that I was attending the meeting. I didn't miss any. I was 2 a.m. in the morning, waking up just for the meeting. And I think it's one of the few things that COVID made possible. So we have to be grateful in this sense. So, as you can see, despite all the global challenges due to the pandemic, all the personal, cultural, linguistic, and educational differences, the positive result of our efforts has shown that the impediments have not meant the impossibility for us to carry on our tasks, and that we can definitely have a platform where we can contribute to the future by creating a multicultural, multilingual, and inclusive European society, and at the same time, as an attempt to strive to become competent global citizens with full integrity. So with this, thank you for your patience. I'm going to give the floor to Elida, my colleague, so she can continue with the second part of her presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Let's see. Here we go. Hope everyone can hear me. My name is Elida. I'm the student representative from Bergen in the Student Council, one of the two. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the current status and how students at our institutions are involved in Arqus and what students gain from the alliance. Perfect. There are a couple of initiatives that I want to talk about, and one of the first ones is the Arqus Café. For those who don't know, the Arqus Café is a digital language cafe open for all students at the Arqus Alliance's universities. Everyone that has studied language or tried to learn the new language knows that the best way to keep up the learning is to talk the language, and preferably with people that knows the language or are native speakers. This is a casual forum that is not a class or a course, but rather, as I said, a cafe, where you learn how to, when you can practice your speech and practice your language. Not only do you get the opportunity to speak language you're studying, but you also get to expand your cultural knowledge. And as a student, I feel like it's my job to be a little bit critical and come with the challenges. So I'm going to do just that and kind of come with the challenges I feel is in the Arqus Café. As most of you probably are tired of hearing, but it's the promotion and the students need to know about it. Because not only is the language studies that needs to practice their language, but all studies. And studies, for example, as mine, I study social anthropology. We do not have language integrated in our study, but for research purposes, we probably need to learn another language unless you find something to research in English or in the native language. So it's a great initiative. It should be told more about for first-year students and higher education students from their lectures. But however, there is also positives, of course. We have talked a lot about mobility, and I feel like a big part of what makes us not mobile, if I can say it like that, is the language barriers. For example, you want to go to exchange and learn something at another university, but they don't have the courses you want to take in a language you understand, which is a big problem in exchange and in academic exchange. So when you're going in exchange, you often work a lot with paperwork, with trying to find a place to live, with all of the practical stuff, but you should also focus on learning a new language. And students don't really have that much money. So a free way, a casual way, a relaxed way to learn language from tutors that know the language is the perfect opportunity to use this time before and during your exchange. I think a lot of exchange students also notice that when they're in the country they exchange to, a lot of the people you talk to just switch to English right away because it's easier. And then you have to be that exchange student who said, can we please take it in German, even though it's going to be slow because I need to learn the language. And sometimes it goes, but you kind of feel the annoyance from the local people that's like, this conversation is going so slowly. So Arqus Café gives you the opportunity to actually talk the language, relax, and not feel like you're stressing someone else out. A lot of these points might seem obvious for people, but I feel like with the right promotion and the right ownership to the Arqus Café, we have the big possibility for the universities to reach the Arqus mission, to actually give mobility. Another big thing I want to talk about is the Arqus Winter School. This might be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, offer for students at all levels in the Arqus universities. It consists of 6 students from each of the 7 universities that together form the school, or they get tutored in the school. They get to join the unique courses and dive deep into the topics of the Arqus Winter School. In a world that gets more and more international, the Winter School gives students a unique opportunity to collaborate across borders and learn from the best at their field. Hosted by University of Bergen, the Winter School 2021 have the title Rethinking Climate Risk. And the school's aims for the student is to challenge themselves with key lessons about engaged European citizenship and climate risk. Sorry, I need to drink a little bit of water. Contributing to Arqus' vision and mission on a student level. So I believe that the Winter School is something that Arqus should keep working on. It has a huge possibility to be bigger than it is. Maybe expand, maybe a summer school, maybe a academy. So even though it's few students, of course, I want everybody to participate, but the good thing about the few students is that they can work together, all of them. They get really good teaching. They have a lot of focus on them, so they learn a lot. It also benefits Arqus with introducing students to the Alliance and making the Alliance beneficial for all levels at the university. So not only can Arqus contribute to educators, researchers, professors, but also to the students. And I feel like that is a big thing about this Alliance, is the possibility and the focus we have on the students. Because we can hear about a lot of other collaborations, alliances from in other countries, other universities, that is mostly just research-based, which is good. But I think the possibility we have to include students and make this a European university is really interesting. So Lasse is going to talk more about the future, the utopia in Arqus. But I want to end my part with a wish, because there's a lot of people here I can wish something to. And that is that I wish Arqus to keep up these programs and possibly evolve them, as I said, into something bigger. Because we have this unique possibility with Arqus. So thank you for your time. Now it's Lasse.
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for having me and for giving me this great opportunity to speak in front of you. I already used the fancy bottle we got today, so thank you for that, very much for that one. So I want to talk to you about the road ahead from the perspective of us students. And I'm very glad and very proud to have been able to contribute to Arqus for the last year as the president of the Student Council. And I will separate my vision, or the road ahead, into 3 or 4 bits. The first one will be the university. The second one will be the city and region. The third one will be Europe. And then the fourth one, the students. So, without much ado, let's quickly start with the universities. I think that one of the core questions regarding the universities is how do we move away from the pandemic, and which things will we use, which we have learned in the last year and the last 2 years regarding our digital teaching, our e-learning, and so on, and how, in which relation does that stand to the traditional campus university. As I laid out just before, I think the crucial task is to find an optimal balance between a very, very digital world and a monastery-like campus university, and not to put like the campus university and the matrix in like a modern medieval binarity. But I mean that there's positive things in like the campus university, and like how do we communicate when we are all in physical co-presence, and how can we communicate while we are connected via the internet. The second thing about the university is that I believe and I believe the 7 universities of Arqus follow that goal, that we shouldn't do education just for a few selected students who are very bright, but we should try to include the mass of students at our universities. So I think we should try to integrate as many students as we can, which also was laid out in the original vision by Emmanuel Macron. And with this 50% goal of mobility, I think it will take us some time to achieve it, but I think we should not let it drop for the maybe a bit remote future, but we should work on that goal. Yeah, what is one of the things I would love to see from the university? We need to learn from each other and thus finally make a big step in finishing the Bologna process and not repeating it on and prolonging it for the, like, originally I think it was 10 years, now it's 20 years, when will it be 30 years? I think we should really use the opportunity to learn from each other and to bring our knowledge together and create the university we envisioned. And also, I think we can do this by integrating the courses, but I will go a bit into detail on that later. The next thing I think is crucial for us and for the campus university is the city and the region. We are 7 very vibrant cities. I got to know 3 of them already, and I loved every one of them a lot. I like my hometown of Leipzig. I was in Granada in September and it was very, very beautiful. And now I can see that Vilnius is also a very attractive city, and I really like being here. And through integrating this, like when we think about the university, I often think about it as a building in the city center. And the city is also, like, it's part of the university. So I think through integrating the cities and making them closer together, we can have a much increased cultural and knowledge exchange between our universities, but also between our regions and our cities. And also the physical mobility can enrich our cities and make our cultural life in these cities more rich. And then lastly, I think one of the reasons why Macron proposed to create the European universities was because the ideal of the ever closer union underlying the European Union has come under a bit of attack in the recent decade, and maybe the one before as well. And I think, and I spoke with Dorothy about it, that we could help the project of Europe by using our structure and our cooperation, by making it democratic and using it for democratic renewal. We spoke about this, I think, 1 year ago, and we figured out that every of our local student unions was just founded in the direct aftermath of a dictatorship coming down. And I think we could use European student unions, for example, the Student Council, to teach students how to cooperate in a democratic way. So I think they could be a very integral part of the European University Alliance project initiative. Sorry. And thus we can create a space in Europe where we can also have a 5th freedom of movement, the free movement of science and knowledge and culture. And I think we could facilitate this through using the European University Initiative and through Arqus eventually, but more like just between our 7 cities and the wider regions surrounding them. And thus I will come to the last group I wanted to put in the center, so I didn't want to put it in the first place, because reasons. The students. I believe that one of the things, when I became first active in Arqus, I was won over by the project a lot because it was not another research cooperation, but because the students were at the center and it was also about teaching and learning, or primarily about teaching and learning. So I think we should use that opportunity that the European Commission has laid out in their call to truly try to make it about learning and teaching and students and staff. And thus we can maybe create opportunities which, in the light of Peter van der Heijden earlier, could also benefit Arqus and the single university, because the projects can become better and the teaching experience can become better, so we can educate students to become adults fit for a digital world and European integration. So that brings me to the final ambition, which I just wanted to lay out in very short form. I think the best thing Arqus could become would be something quite ordinary and easy. It would be best if Arqus would just something which is just normal part of the student's life cycle, of the staff life cycle, and not like this grand reaching for the stars thing. Because when we achieve to be ordinary and widely accepted at our universities, then we can maybe pursue further projects. But for the time being, I think the proposition which Peter van der Heijden hammered into our heads by often repeating it, would be to actually try to pursue a one-click online course catalog, so that when the student, then we don't need the marketing effort to bring our projects to the students, but when they look for a module to study in the winter semester, they see their modules from their university, but also the ones from Arqus. And then there's a utopian vision, which is a bit with a funny eye. Maybe in some remote distance, we could also introduce a common grading scheme, so all our modules can be easily integrated into our diplomas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Don't go far.
Okay, sorry.
Now, thank you very much, and thank you for students, and thank you for, I know yesterday we had the European Student Card workshop. Students were very active, and we were very happy to have an event where administrators and students work together. I think that was very profitable. We've got insight into each other's problems. So we should know that as well. Anyway, I think you'll be wondering what those 3 chairs were standing the whole day here for. You can look upon them as chairs of glory or chairs of torture. Actually, now we will start an experimental panel. So be patient with us, but your participation is also crucial. It comes from what you did 2 hours before, for 2 hours, and its success depends not only on those poor souls who will sit here, but also on how you vote and what you will say, because your votes will be very, very important. So now I invite to this one of the thrones, Dorothy Kelly, Vice President of Granada University, our usual suspect, President of Arqus Student Council, and Artūras Vasiliauskas, Vice Rector of Vilnius University. You know, I forgot my role, Vice Rector, my boss. So the rules of the games are like that. We invite, because we had to put everything online, so bear with us. So, you know, it depends how quickly the information came. So we invite a person from one of the groups, whoever decided within the group that will introduce the results. Challenge and solutions will be presented, what you've discussed in the groups. You will vote. Depending, if there are more challenges than one, you will vote on challenges and vote on solutions. If it's only one challenge, you will vote only on solutions. And then we will ask the panel to comment on challenges, solutions, and general opinion. Okay? Is it clear? You will survive? Let's enjoy, everybody. Just relax, okay? Can we start? So, the one theme is ready. Future labor markets and Arqus graduates. Who is presenting the... Okay, Antanas, please.
Well, he's coming, you know. So, floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay, so as we figured out, 2 hours is not a lot of time for the discussion like this. So we decided to focus, and of all the things we could possibly discuss and threats that we could discuss about the future labor markets, we decided to focus on the way students choose their field of study. And what we discussed is that we know a lot of students who do not choose what they will study based on their own personal preferences, but rather by the external factors, including but not limited to their parents, their close friends, or the things that they know and have experience with before they enter university. So the possible solution, ideally, this would be addressed before the students enter the university, but that is not always possible. So a few things that could be done is to provide students with skills and experiences that go beyond the theoretical knowledge that they get a lot in the classroom through the variety of programs, including the international internships, and putting just a lot more emphasis on the internships, entrepreneurship programs, and similar programs. Also, we came up with the idea of guided gap year. Gap years are getting more popular within the Europe, and we thought, why couldn't universities play a role in them? And rather than letting students just do what they come up with, provide them with some guidance, maybe showing them around the possible future employers, maybe showing them around the universities, multiple universities, or getting them to get better knowledge of what it would be like to study certain subject or a different subject, or even study in a certain country versus studying in a different country. Also, the thing that could be done in advance is to provide the students with more guidance while choosing the field of study in advance before the studies even start. Also, preparing for the future labor markets, the short interdisciplinary experience outside the student's field of study, we think would be extremely valuable, because the labor market is getting more interdisciplinary, and more ability to communicate with people of other specialities is needed. Other cultures, other origins, etc.
So, thank you for Antanas. Now the process could also be just repeated. So you heard the solutions. You also see the QR code, or you can simply go to slido.com and just fill Arqus within the hashtag. And now we are just voting which solution to this challenge which is faced due to the group would be the most preferable for you. So, and then we'll please our panelists simply in few words just remember the challenge which you got on the computer, which you were seeing, and also the solutions, which is like the most suitable for this audience here. So, as we see, the guided gap year, so short interdisciplinary experience outside students' field of study, it's like the first. You got the microphone. You need help? No? Okay.
Can I try first?
Yes, of course.
I think I support more action about future students, because if a student chooses and goes the wrong way in her own or his own opinion, it's difficult to fix it by mentoring, you know. You just need really to help students, future students, to decide in a more enlightened manner, you know, what they really want to do in life and study. And my question is, can we do it as Alliance, you know? Can we ensure this service for future students? You know, how do we do that, you know? It's a new topic, I think. Yeah.
Okay, I think it's also the question for all working packages which we got over there. So here the solution, Dorothy, maybe you have like some Just
Yeah, I think I agree with Arturas that it's better to intervene before. But as you said in your introduction, it's not always possible. So I actually see a combination. I actually see a combination of better guidance before students join university, better support in the transition to university, which is something that is being worked on within Arqus. Also, perhaps more flexibility in the structures of our programs so that a student who does make a mistake and ends up where they don't want to be can easily switch somewhere else. I think that's also something that we really need to work on. And initially, of course, sharing our experiences amongst the 7 universities to see how we can move forward.
Okay, so we got these 2 opinions. I think it's enough. Sorry, Lasse, you will be the next first to go for the next. Or okay, Lasse, Raimonda is saying. So Raimonda, if you are saying that students have, of course.
I will make it very quick. Okay, so I also like the idea of the guided gap year most probably, but I see the problem that I think most students choose to do a gap year just for fun because they want to have a break from the education system. So if we want to integrate it, we need to make a very good offer. And I mean, we could do that because which student wouldn't like to travel to all 7 cities for the gap year? I mean, that could be a really good offer, but I mean, maybe we could think about it.
I think also, not only for students, also administrative staff would also enjoy this trips, yeah?
I was going to say we need to fund that, though. That's one of the problems.
Okay, so...
Offered solution immediately, you see?
So
what to do during the gap.
So we also see some common things which are coming out of this panel. So thank you. We can just simply see that we got a lot of suggestions, and also here we can just work on. So who's next?
Sustainable Arqus.
Okay. Let's meet them.
So in this group, we have divided the subject in 2 parts, financial sustainability and green sustainability. So I will present for the first part, and then after our colleague of Bergen will present the second part. So for the first part, we have discussed about the sustainability of Arqus Alliance, and we have seen that we have a big challenge, which are the sustainability with or without or less direct European funding, and our capability to find other funding. Secondly, we think about the sustainability of human resource dedicated to Arqus Alliance, including academic enrollment, and also to create a very large student network at Arqus level. So we have discussed in different groups in order to try to propose a solution. So it's clear that we need to identify call and funding at different levels, regional, national, European level. We need also to define the best ratio between permanent staff and non-permanent staff for sustainable action at Arqus level for the short and the long term. And also we need to increase cluster in education and in research between Arqus members for a lasting and self-sustainable network. So it's a big challenge, and I think we need to think about all these points. And now I give the talk to my colleague for the green sustainability. Next slide, please.
No, we will wait on this one.
Okay.
Pardon for that.
No, just can we clarify? This was financial sustainability. Another one is on? Green definitely deserves separate attention. Let's first of all, it's only solutions? No.
Challenges also.
Challenges. Let's vote on challenges first. Remember, it's financial. Financial.
So the results, oh, okay, we got the first.
Sustainability of human resources dedicated to Arqus Alliance, including academic involvement, okay?
I think it's quite hard just to understand or just to choose between which.
Everything, challenge is challenge, yeah, but which is the most important one? That's the question.
But
in your view?
In all discussions, I think it's really just common think which of the challenges to choose, because we are always saying we got a lot of challenges, but which is
prioritized?
The key that prioritized.
Exactly.
It's really
okay. Can we look into solutions? So the first, sustainability of human resources dedicated to Arqus Alliance. Arqus Alliance, including academic involvement, is the first, the biggest, as the audience sees it, right? Now, can we look into the solutions, right?
You have second voting for the solutions now. I hope that you are not voting like the first which is leading, you are voting for that, you know?
Let's hope. Yeah. Choose. Be choosy. But you know, it's our fault we allowed only one option, so only one solution. And
It's
there are
hard.
usually so many of them. Okay. Now, dear panelists, are you ready to say a few words? At least the trajectories are quite clear. Okay.
Yes, let's try. Let's try. We're all going to try. I think financial sustainability is one of the big challenges. I think it's very, very clear. And I think that it is also very clear to all of us who believe that this is a long-term initiative, a long-term vision. Like Lasse, I'm going to try very hard not to say project, because it's not a project, or it's a project with a capital P, like the European project. In order for that to work, we cannot depend on short-term project-based funding. So we need to have long-term access to funding. And I think one of the key issues here is really embedding Arqus and Arqus activities into our everyday activity. Lasse said normal and easy, I think you said. I think that's what we need to make Arqus. It needs to be a normal part of our activity. And in that sense, I would very much say that the best ratio, and I think Peter said this morning as well, is permanent staff, not non-permanent project-based staff, if this really is part of our long-term vision.
Any more opinion?
Well, I'll be brief. I think I agree with all solutions, but solution number first and number 3, I think there is an important aspect here. We need to work in a more sustainable and extensive way with social partners. We need to involve them, all sorts of social partners, not only businesses, not only governmental institutions, NGOs. They contain knowledge, they contain access to finance, they contain, expertise how to make these, alliances viable and permanent. So this is sort of my advice.
Okay, I'm a bit worried here, because if we search for external funding, that usually means that we get research grants, and that those grants are not really able to fund permanent teaching in our universities. So I would also suggest that we try to secure some form of permanent teaching funding, and that we also try to not take away too much funding from our university normal ongoings and funnel that into Arqus so that teaching in the universities could decrease in some way in their quality. So I think we need to keep these challenges in mind additionally.
Can I just add something brief? When the Erasmus program was set up in 1987, very, very many of our universities did not have international offices. We didn't have the structures. But universities, in order to be able to manage student mobility and other European projects, have set up international offices which have become permanent, sustainable parts of our university structure. And I think we could be in a similar situation for the future. We still receive European funding for actual student and staff mobility, but there is a structure in place at the university which maintains that. And I think that might be an interesting analogy here.
Thank you. Now, can we have now green sustainability? Please introduce challenges and solutions.
Yeah, so we had a really rich conversation. I think that really emphasized that I think this is an issue of great concern, but also something that spurs a lot of enthusiasm within the network and maybe particularly amongst our students. So we came up with quite a few challenges, and I think one of the core ones is kind of the dilemma that this alliance really benefits from face-to-face meetings and face-to-face exchange. At the same time, these are activities that traditionally generate quite a lot of CO2 impact and climate impact. We also were thinking about the structure of our activities. Where do we place them? What is the duration? How do we kind of organize them in terms of travel? And when we make physical events, how do we make sure that these are actually worthwhile and actually compensate, in a sense, with their handprints for the footprint of emissions that they generate? If we run into solutions, one of the ideas that came up in quite a few of our groups was to maybe work with common sustainability accounting schemes across the 7 Arqus universities, so we can kind of compare and contrast our different sustainability interventions. Perhaps we could also work with an Arqus travel policy and an event policy that will support researchers and students and staff to travel in a more sustainable way, and we could maybe create a foundation for more sustainable ways of meeting and working together. To develop more solution-based courses and innovative teaching methods in connection to sustainability. Sharing of best practices in connection to green campus initiatives and travel practices. And finally, really kind of to involve students at the core of this in developing these activities.
Thank you very much. Okay, are you ready? Your phones are ready, so can we vote on challenges?
So there's 3 challenges to choose upon.
What do you think it's the most important one?
We have talked with Raimonda that we're really enjoying the process of how it's going on.
You ask the panelists, do they enjoy it?
I think that they are also just into that, yeah? Yeah, okay. And I think for us all just to talk upon what we should work on, what challenges and solutions we see together, so it's really brilliant things.
Okay, more or less it's clear.
So dilemma between
can
value
we
and
go to
face-to-face.
solutions, please? I'm just wondering how it happens that the first always wins, the top one.
Yeah, so that was the question which I had to the audience.
Do you sure read to the very bottom? Okay, good.
You know, I really enjoyed the first one, just support travel by train. So maybe Vilnius and Lithuania will be connected with all Europe once more.
You are the last time here. We travel by train, sorry. Okay, can we comment, please?
Sure. Okay, so I completely agree that the biggest dilemma we have is the one between the value of face-to-face meetings and the CO2 emissions. And I think that's true for the structural cooperation inside of Arqus, but as well for teaching and learning, because one of the findings we had was that blended learning is like one of the biggest thing we can see which brings things together. But to really bring down the dissemination of knowledge through the teaching and into the learning, we need physical co-presence. We need the discussion after the seminar to really digest everything we learned, I think. So, and I'm still a bit unsure on how we can handle that dilemma, and I think that will be a question we need to drag with us into the future, and we will not solve in the next 10 years, but I think the solutions are quite good first steps, and I think we should, again, try to focus on the policy side and try to do that. And maybe one thing I would add is that we also could use sometimes in some opportunities we have to lobby for some political solutions in some ways, because I mean, support travel by train is a nice impetus, but I heard that the connection between Warsaw and Vilnius, for example, is improvable. And traveling by train to Granada also takes a long time from Central Europe. So yeah, I think that's a thing we will keep discussing, but it's very good to truly do so.
Yes, I can assure you getting to Granada by train is also complicated. So we do need to lobby there. We do. I very much I think all of the solutions are interesting. All of them, again. I think this is very often the case. It's not one solution to one challenge. It's a combination of solutions to challenges. I think we should very much take the point as an alliance that an Arqus travel policy, an event policy, when do we need to see each other face to face? When can we deal with the issues we need to deal with online and so on? I think there are other measures that we could also think of, for example, promoting staff mobility instead of always student mobility. I think student mobility is very important, but maybe by moving one member of staff, we can achieve something similar to what could be achieved by moving larger numbers of people. So I think a good combination of all of this, and I very much like the idea of having an Arqus policy on this, taking advantage, of course, of the new Erasmus program, which has also promoted green mobility with a little bit of extra funding for people who do not fly. So I think, yeah.
Yeah, there's another point I learned yesterday, which is also a very good idea, is to do the internationalization at home, not digitally, but integrate the students who are already in the city into common courses. That's, I just learned about that yesterday, and I wanted to add it.
I think, Jakob, you could just simply also clarify this as extra solution, which Lasse just suggested.
Well, I want to say that I was fascinated by the presentation from Bergen colleague, video presentation. It really raised a fundamental question which we face as universities. That's growth agenda versus green agenda. There's a clash here. Or is there a clash here at all? Can we reconcile that at all? So for the beginning, for the start of, solving this dilemma, which is huge and difficult, and maybe it will cause a lot of political volatility over, 10 or 20 years or so, maybe we can be very serious about it in an alliance. We can set for the next period, we can set for 6 years common indicators, in green policies. Very clear quantitative indicators on travel, on digital, on anything else, I think there are many more areas which are important, for green agenda, not only those which are on Slido now. So let's set the agenda with clear quantitative indicators. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Jakob. Thank you, colleagues from Bergen and Lyon. Do not know the names, so only know Jakob from the courses, so thanks, claps. Now, global dimension of Arqus. Yeah, I see coming, so here is your mic.
Thank you. I'm Janine Kliege from Leipzig University, and since we were asked to keep it really short, so I will just go through the bullet points. So we had a really inspiring roundtable discussion about the global dimension of Arqus, and I think I can say that the whole panel agreed on it, that it's really required to take a global dimension, to integrate a global dimension into Arqus, since, as we heard also this morning, so we are confronted with challenges on a global scale, and universities should react to it also within the cooperation or the content. So the challenges, the first one was the definition of global, as we have realized, so that global is fragmented, and the solution would be, of course, to conceptualize the global for the Arqus alliances, and to think about who Arqus wants to address for a cooperation. Is there still an openness for other partnerships or partnerships with other alliances and so on? The second challenge would be the question of strategy, and there we realized so that we could sharpen the profile of Arqus, especially regarding the global dimension. So we have to discuss how to integrate a global scale into the Arqus alliances, because as we have realized, so the global dimension is in the action lines already there, but it's not explicitly and it's not a strategy. So this would be a challenge and at the same time a solution. The third one is the approach, so the question of how or from where we start activities or how to start initiatives, and the solution would be a mixture or a compromise between a bottom-up and a top-down approach. And related to this one was the question also of engagement, so how to mobilize more engagement within the alliances. And one solution or one proposal was that the distribution of resources could be connected to this, so using the instrument of application within the alliances, so to get more interest and more engagement. And the fifth one is, of course, also the question of sustainability, and therefore one point came up talking about the task force, so who is working for this global dimension within Arqus, and how to finance these one, and where the funding comes from. And we should focus on a long-term finance or funding to have also long-term activities. So this was to sum up this really interesting discussion round.
My mic is, oh, okay, I've got it. So these are our challenges and solutions, yes?
Yeah, the five main ones, so I could continue, but...
I understand, I totally understand you, but I'm just, sometimes you need to ask if it's okay. So now we have voting. So we have challenges which were presented. And now we have like these main points which were presented of a colleague from Leipzig, University of Leipzig. Okay, so we see that global dimension of Arqus' first challenge is the strategy. So like the aim of where and how we're doing this. Okay, the results are a bit changing. Okay, so we can go to the solution part. Yep, so we have these 5 solutions, which were really concrete. And I think that here the results and comments will be really interesting of this global dimension discourse, which we got, as the results showed the challenges that it's a strategy, so it's hard with this. Mixture of, okay, it's changing. Final votes. Okay, so now we have 2 leaders. Mixture of bottom-up and top-down approach, and defining task force resources for long-term activities. These are the results. So, panelists, what are you thinking about the results?
Well, sorry, but I support this number 3, conceptualize integrating expertise from partner universities. It's in our DNA, but we are not a silo, I think. Sometimes we tend to think, some academics at Vilnius University ask me, so will this supplant our cooperation and partnerships with other universities? And I say, no, look, I am Vilnius University and I have 6 friends, and I go to each of them and they have their own friends and so on, so on, and so on. It's a huge and wide portal which opens up, Use it as a portal, not as a way to close down and work among 7 universities. So it's very simple, I think.
Thank you. Dorothy?
Yes, I think I agree very much with Arturas. I also think there is an issue around the definition of global. What do we mean by the global dimension of Arqus? Are we looking for partnerships beyond Europe? Are we talking about global partnerships? Or are we talking about a global dimension to the content of what we do? And I think the answer should probably be yes to both. And I think in both cases, Arqus can be a portal, drawing on partners' expertise. We all have specific disciplinary and content expertise, and we also have strengths in different regions of the world, which I think we can share. We can be very complementary. So again, I'm sorry, but I think it's a combination. I don't think any of the solutions or any of the challenges is more serious or more. I think here, it's a whole, and I believe very strongly that we do need to give Arqus a global dimension with the permission of our funding authorities.
Funding is always good, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm still stuck on the challenges because I would have definitely voted for the underdog, namely the definition of global, because even with the explanations by Dorothy, I have no clue what's actually meant by global, and that's not only regarding the looking for partners on a global level, which is quite straightforward, I think, but the content, because basically it's mostly everything which is not astrophysics. So if we want to have a global dimension, and we need to know what it's about, because climate change is global, international relations is global, remote sensing is global. Medicine is global, obviously with the pandemic, we have seen that. So yeah, what do we mean with that? So I would suggest that we should dig deeper in that, but I'm not certain whether Matthias Mudell would look at me angrily right now.
Okay, so we heard 3 panelists sharing their experiences. So here, of the global dimension, we could say that everything starts with definition of meaning what we as institutions see in whole Arqus Alliance as the global dimension, and to start with and to go on and to work on, because we have a lot of solutions which are suggested. So now it's on our shoulders.
Online learning at campus university.
So, how this online learning, what challenges and what solutions the group results, what kind of results are bringing?
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. The 4th seminar has had quite rich discussion. We first started to share the experiences each of the 7 universities, given that all the universities have taken different approaches in addressing online learning during the lockdown. Definitely there's a big change between before the COVID-19 pandemic and now. Online learning has turned from a tool to a necessity during the lockdown, and the future of the Arqus universities is definitely dependent on redefining online learning as a very important piece of the puzzle. The challenges that we've encountered, they're just a few that we've basically portrayed on the slide, are the following. The quality of the content of the online tools, and obviously the quality of the teaching. The digital fatigue and the overload. Not only students are bombarded with a very large amount of digital content of different quality, but also from different sources. So we thought that a collaborative means of coming up with digital content could definitely be a solution to go within the Arqus Alliance, given that we can pool our resources together and create a sharing space from where both students and educators can pull from. Privacy issues in the context, in the current context, and with the amount of digital tools, platforms, mechanisms, methods, etc., privacy is definitely one of the main challenges and one of the main concerns in terms of online education. Optimal resource distribution is also one of the challenges, one of the threats that online learning has provided. And the dependency on the external.com, the fact that sometimes we're of view that technology basically determines how online education, how online learning takes place, instead of online learning being primarily determined on purely academic, scientific means is definitely a big question mark. So the solutions we've come up with are obviously work in progress, but some of them are the following. A blended learning, a hybrid manner of approaching the future of Arqus universities is definitely at the top of the list, given that we cannot go before, things how they were before the COVID-19 pandemic, even if online learning was definitely a major concept discussed upon, it was not a necessity, it was an alternative. However, we've seen in times of emergency, the use of digital means and the advancement of the digital society is the way to go in the future. However, it is important to find a perfect balance between the traditional or offline learning and online learning. And perhaps this is one of the biggest challenges Arqus universities are faced upon. Find that perfect recipe in which indeed online learning is one of the main ingredients, but is not necessarily the goal to pursue. Qualification and pedagogical methodology. Teachers and students have had to requalify and learn how to be good at online learning. I was telling the participants in this workshop that both as teachers as well as students, when we were thrown into this storm of online learning back in March 2020, both students and teachers felt that they were driving a car while they were building the road, while consulting a map, either a digital map or a physical one, because we were not all prepared and we all had different paces and speeds in catching up. It's a game of catch up, or it's a game of basically being there on time, in time, and knowing what are the needs in the future. So the methodology, the pedagogical approach definitely has to be enhanced and revisited in order to provide better solutions for online learning. Apart from that, and this definitely goes in the same line as green sustainability, pooling resources together and reimagining or revisiting the way traditional lectures can be exported into the online realm, shortening up the lectures, providing podcasts, recorded lectures, etc., and pulling resources together in a shared platform is also a possibility. The fourth solution you might find quite obvious or quite funny, the freedom to choose. That's actually a little bit more difficult to explain. Students should have the freedom to choose if they prefer a traditional analog type of learning, or they would rather opt for online learning, or a blended hybrid option for that matter, given that they're students who thrive better in one of the options or other. And same as Teachers in some universities have not been given the option to choose whether they prefer one manner or the other, and that could definitely be the case. Stressing out one more time that the blended education is the utmost solution we've discussed within the workshop. And another quite polemic point of discussion was assessment. We talked about reimagining assessment methods and adapting them to the current times, given that during the pandemic we've seen that traditional multiple choice tests, for example, pose a number of problems, none of the least being obviously plagiarism and cheating. Therefore, options such as, for example, an open book exam or take-it-home exams, etc., or individualized, innovative, creative means of assessing the level of comprehension of the students by the teachers, obviously overloading at the beginning, but hopefully achieving sustainability on the long term, is another point that we've definitely debated upon.
Thank you very much. Now, are you ready? You've been doing so great so far, so, okay. Challenges?
I think during the pandemics we have seen like a lot of challenges which we face. So now it will be really hard just to choose upon those 5, you know? Which of them is like the most important? I think the panelists will have like to mention everything here as the main challenges.
Right. Okay. I think the tendencies are clear, more or less. Quality and fatigue and overload are 2 main ones. Can we have solutions, please? Yeah, there are podcasts here, but no pills so far. So we need to put in pills. No. Right? So, dear panelists, whenever you're ready, you're welcome to express your view.
Okay. Online learning, I think, is part of the potential silver lining of the pandemic. There's nothing like a good crisis to call things into question. And I think one of the silver linings of the pandemic has been the fact that we have spoken much more in universities over the past year and a half about teaching, about assessment, than we had for a very long time. So basically, and again, I'm not going to opt for one solution for another. I could add other, I think also online learning is a wonderful opportunity for internationalization at home, for virtual exchange, and I think it has huge potential. But basically, I think now, and I think Lasse mentioned this in his comments earlier, in Arqus, in Student Eyes, I think what we need to do is move forward. A post-pandemic cannot be the same. It's not return to what we did before. It's how can we incorporate what we have learned during this crisis in emergency mode, and how can we make the very, very most of it. And I think it's, as I said, certainly a silver lining, but not if we stay in the emergency response mode that we were in at the very beginning of the pandemic.
Dorothy, I so much agree with what you say. I think that last year and a half, 2 years, a wealth of practices of doing online is emerging, you know. We need to capture all that and use it. But still, we love to say that we live in a digital world. I dare to say we also live in a physical world as well. So I vote blended most certainly. I like this, I mean, there is this thing about shorter lectures. I liked it very much. Can you imagine a lecture 1 hour and a half? You know, maybe it could be reconsidered one of these, you know, sacred institutions. Maybe online age can really change to a certain more sort of usable amount of time which we need to lecture and use attention span of students. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, I was one of the, with Ozana together, I was holding the group discussion, and one of the things which maybe we should have discussed in more detail was what does that actually mean for Arqus and not just the single university. And I think, like, yeah, I think I mentioned it in the speech, but again, Peter van der Heijden, I really liked his speech, actually. And was really glad that it was here, even though it was sometimes a bit blunt, probably. So we need to think about, like, what additional benefit can Arqus have through facilitating online learning or through facilitating blended learning for our local universities and our local student bodies and our local staff. And I think like one of the things that would be trying to do online learning based on a principle of subsidiarity, where we only do online learning when it brings an additional value to the table in comparison to the physical learning and teaching. And so then we would ensure that we have maybe, for example, a broader cultural exchange, or no, not just cultural exchange, a broader exchange on sociology, a broader exchange on physics, a broader exchange on chemistry, because we all come from different backgrounds and we come from different societies, and we can bring different perspectives to the table and learn through these perspectives. Because I believe my peers from sociology, after 3 years, I got to know them quite well, and then a new perspective can really help to learn new things.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you
for
very
the group. Yeah, and now inclusive mobility, the last group. So the last voting, the last panelists, and it's really your moment to talk.
The main slide is second one?
Yes, so the first one is an overview, the main second one.
All right, my name's Christine. We're from Action Line 2. We start with the first one, but the main, can I go back to the first one? So for the first slide, the way we arranged it is that we wanted to get the thoughts and perspectives and ideas and understanding from our participants of what inclusive mobility means. It's not up here, but so they came up with some commonalities that we put under challenges and solutions. Then we went ahead and debriefed and tried to put together the theory and the practice, which is what I'm going to tell you about right now. So the first issue has to do with engagement. And the issue with engagement is that when policies are created, they kind of leave some stakeholders out of the conversation. So we can't talk about inclusiveness without involving everyone that's either going to be a beneficiary or be able to make a decision. So our solution for this one has to do with training, first of all, but training also in different contexts. So we have to speak to professors within the context that they know, which is the classroom or research. We have to speak with support staff within the context that they work in. And then after doing that, we need to share that knowledge. So everyone comes to the table or has a representative at the table. And when I say representative, I don't just mean people from an EU, EU citizens. We mean people from every kind of demographic that could be involved in this, having a representative at the table so that those solutions don't just address one area, but they can address multiple areas, or one solution addressing multiple problems, which is really the aim of, saving resources. The second issue has to do with trust. So we have different hierarchies, right? So this is the multi-level governance aspect to everything. And if we're not trusting the people who are, in the everyday context dealing with issues that have to do with inclusive mobility, we're gonna have problems coming up with inclusive policies and implementing these policies. So we have to trust our staff, trust the stakeholders, trust their contributions to the discussion, and then go ahead and bridge those policies so that they benefit everyone. Then the third one has to do with the human perspective. So when we're approached with issues, we tend to see, again, these people as a number, a student number, or maybe a stereotype of what we think this person might have issues with. We also tend to center ourselves because we have our own issues going on. So the idea here is to think of the other person also as a human. So when someone comes to us talking about an issue, we're taking that perspective, trying to understand what could be behind the issue. An example of that is that if I come crying because I can't go on Erasmus because I don't have money, maybe behind all that is that I'm surrounded by a group of people who don't have the same issues as me. So it's not that of course I don't have the money, but behind that I'm emotionally stressed because no one around me understands what I'm going through. So when I come to your office, I need you to listen to me and to understand what I'm trying to tell you, which is behind all that, no one is in my situation. Then lastly, again, centering the beneficiary. So beneficiary could be a student, it could be staff, it could be a researcher, it could be the head of the department, the rector of the university, but whoever the beneficiary is in this inclusive mobility needs to be the person we're looking at and creating those user profiles to be able to situate ourselves in their reality will help us make or create policies and implement policies that benefit the entire structure, the entire system. I hope that was clear.
Yeah, it was. And also you got other slide with challenges and solutions?
No, that was just, those were the perspectives of our participants because we needed to see where their ideas were at before we go ahead and tell everyone what to think.
Okay,
Yeah.
Julia, is the Slido prepared for this?
Yes, it's
okay, it's fine. I'm just simply asking. So now we can move to Slido, the last time, I think. So here we have like 3 important things to choose. So I ask you, just go to Slido and choose between. I think it's really hard to choose between these things, engagement, human, and trust.
There's nothing to choose from. It should be all 3 in.
Yes, of course.
So we
but
have...
if we're doing this, let's see which part would not be the most important, but which will be like really just top rated or something like that. Okay, so we see the results. And we see all these 3 important parts in inclusive mobility. So maybe there would be some comments out of you, Arturas, to start with, or Lasse, you got the mic. So
yeah.
You forgot that you were talking, yes?
No, I forgot. I was waiting for the strengths and the challenges. But I can start with that. I mean, the first thing I want to mention is I don't think we should rank them. I think they were in a quite good order and complementing each other. So, yeah, so I would just take them away as a package and not as singular elements. And because, yeah, I mean, I completely agree with them. I've been always fighting for including the students who are the stakeholders in the specific question in their stakes, I would say, by letting people who are who need to be included in something be included in the decision-making bodies where those decisions are made, and thus always thinking about the human in the end of the process, like how he's standing or sitting in the room, and does he get to the room? Is there somebody who wants to prevent him from entering the room, or by implicitly or explicitly, or just by the physical environment of the room? So we need to think about all this, and even though sometimes that means that we need to use disproportionate amounts of money to allow them the access by, for example, building an elevator or something. So I think that's a really good combination of letting the people be engaged and engage for them, by trusting them in making their own wise decisions and voicing their own concerns if given the opportunity, and to realize that there's just the common humanity beneath the surface.
Thank you. Dorothy?
It's quite hard to add to that. I agree. I was in this session and it was a very, very interesting discussion, a very interactive discussion. If I were to underline one particular aspect on inclusion in general, it would be awareness raising in order to encourage empathy, which is a key part of intercultural competence. And intercultural competence is not only about international, interlingual competence. It's a lot more than that. And I think as a network, as an alliance, we should, much as we said we could have a policy on travel, on green mobility, I think we should also have a policy on promoting inclusive mobility. And I think it's relatively simple to do because each of our universities has officers in place, very, very professional officers to help students and staff. And I think it's relatively simple for us to have a network there and ensure within the alliance that it is easy for underrepresented groups to participate in mobility.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, Raimonda, you dropped a spoiler already at the beginning that all the free solutions are important and they support each other.
Thank you. This is the boss.
I don't need to work. You just said everything, and colleagues explained that in a detail. I just think, that we need to celebrate diversity, which is huge among 7 universities. Even single universities, quite diverse in terms of fields of study, research, and everything. But 7 universities. How many languages? How many different experiences? Each person is a treasure trove, of some knowledge, of some understanding, which I want to open and learn from. So let's just enjoy diversity. That's the end of my words.
Okay, so thanks for this group. Thank you for representing the results.
Just a moment. The success of every conference comes with the audience. It's not the presenters, it's you who make the success. So can we give 3 rounds of applause? First round goes for all the presenters here. Okay, thank you. Second round for all the tortured ones. And third round for you. You worked hard, thank you.
And the 4th round for moderators, I guess, yeah?
No, it's not the end. Yeah. Not the end. No.
We still need to do some stuff. Yeah? So, Dorothy and Arturas, I will please you just have some closing remarks of this annual conference. Just this day, I would say. So, I kindly ask you to come here. Thank you, Lasse. Thanks. And now, just some words. You can stay, okay?
It's not the end.
Still something going
we
to be.
We have a very nice suite at the very end for you. Okay?
We do. Thank you, Raimonda. Thank you, Claudius. I will try to be brief, but there are a few things that I really want to say. The first is I am absolutely delighted to be here in Vilnius, in the same room with all of you. And I am aware of the carbon emissions, and I am aware that we need to be careful. But we haven't seen each other for a very, very long time. And I think we really all felt the need to be together, to sit in the same rooms, to see each other, to discuss, but also to have coffee together, to have dinner together, and so on. So thank you all for coming to Vilnius, and thank you very, very specially already. I know we have 2 days left, but I'm not sure how many more plenaries we will have, so I would very much like to thank the whole team here in Vilnius, led, of course, by Rector Petrauskas. By Arturas, by Julia, I don't know where Julia is. Has she survived the day? She's still here. That's great. That's great. Julia. Our wonderful master, and I'm not sure what the feminine is, mistress of ceremony? Thank you so much, Raymond and Claudius. And thanks also to all of you, because I know the coordination team in Granada and each of you at each of your universities have also put a lot of work into organizing this event. So thank you all so much. Thank you. Can I secondly say how much I have enjoyed the sessions, despite the torture seat. I have enjoyed hearing from the European Commission, from national authorities, from university authorities. I very much enjoyed listening to our keynote speaker this morning. I think Lasse said Peter was blunt, but he's also insightful, inspiring. He has tremendous expertise and experience, and he has an incredibly critical eye, and always that touch of humor. And I think he really did give us some key ideas for how to move forward. And I would also like to thank all of the speakers, the presenters, the academics from our 3 universities who made such very, very interesting keynote presentations this morning. Externals, I believe we've been joined by Laura Rumbley from EAIE, by Emily Palmer from UNA Europa. Our students, it was really great to hear Arqus in students' eyes. We're listening very carefully, and I agree very much. I think I'm taking very good note of the one click only. I know Peter said it lots of times, but then you repeated it again, so I think that's a very, very interesting proposal for the future. To all our professional and technical staff who have also led the group sessions so very, very ably on a huge range of issues and subjects. And that's what this is all about. It's about listening to each other. It's about listening to each other in order to exchange and to network. And that has been a major aim of our first pilot 3 years. Unfortunately, we have not been able to do very much of it on-site, face-to-face. But these are the foundations on which we can now build a future, and on which we can now decide in which direction we want to go, what do we want to focus on, what are we going to do together in the next, hopefully, 6 years. And I think it has been extremely interesting to do so in a context of informed debate, in a context of mutual trust and support, which is what alliances are all about, and also in a spirit of freedom, of critical debate, critical analysis, which lies at the core of what universities are and what universities are for. And just briefly looking to the future, which is the title of today's event. I think we do feel we're catching up a little bit, not in the policy sense, but we're catching up a little bit on the 18 months that we somehow lost in between. Not that we have been idle, and I think you all know that. I think we've all been extremely busy. But I think very specially these 3 days are about looking to the future. And that is our social responsibility. Our social responsibility as universities and as the University Alliance is to educate critical and aware citizens for the complex, interdependent and uncertain world, we heard a lot about that this morning, in which they will live, in which they will be leaders. It is also, of course, our responsibility to generate and transfer knowledge that will benefit the future of humankind and the planet. And we have heard many, many insightful ideas, proposals, and challenges. We can't do everything as an alliance, and we can't do everything at once. But now I think we're in a very, very good situation to be able to filter, to prioritize, in order to future-proof our alliance. And I say this with the deep conviction that we are in a very good situation to build a European university of the future. A university which will be more European in identity and in heritage, more international and more global, more open to the wider world, breaking down disciplinary silos, breaking down barriers to inclusion, with open science, more multilingual, more multicultural, and so more interculturally competent, greener, more digital, more entrepreneurial, more engaged with societal challenges, despite the tensions amongst the different societal challenges, and I think we're all aware of those, and where teaching and learning and research are more closely intertwined. All of that will lead to higher quality in teaching and learning, higher quality in research, and hence enhanced service to the society to which we owe everything we do. No one ever said it was going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. We have many, many challenges ahead, but I believe very strongly, and I'm going to borrow a phrase from a colleague from Padova, which Peter used this morning, and that is that whilst maintaining our institutional autonomy, I am sure we are stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy, for your inspiring words and really brilliant wrap-up. Vice Rector, I'm also inviting you for final words.
Well, I try to be brief because we are out of time and I cannot read my notes. So, first of all, I would like to say which lessons did I draw from this day. Lesson one is that we need to set high ambitions for ourselves. We need to set them so high that we will not be able to reach them, and when we do not reach them, we discuss how we do go on further towards this goal. Yeah, we should not be afraid of these high ambitions. The second lesson is that we will be filling in soon the application for European Commission, and as Peter said, don't think about European Commission all the time. I would add to that idea of Peter's that when we are thinking about 5 years plans, we need to think long term as well. We need to imagine our alliance in 20 years, in 30 years. This imagination will inspire our plans. And I like this presentation about, this mass extinction happening every 10 million years, So let's avoid this mass extinction by using our imagination to think about our future in the long term and to plan our future in a short term. I hope so, that this day really inspired you for tomorrow. Tomorrow, governing bodies meet and different groups meet of the alliance, institutions, and discuss decisions, make decisions. I hope this day was really inspiring for you, but please don't forget to socialize. Of course, we left a big carbon footprint today by flying here, so please use it as much as you can for socializing, for talking, for meeting, for opening these treasure troves of your experiences and knowledge. And last but not least, don't forget the gala dinner tomorrow. That will be a big occasion for socializing and meeting all of us, yeah? So thank you very much. All the thanks were already expressed. I joined them, and there is this one last thing on the agenda, which will be announced by Raimonda, I guess. Thank you very much.
Yes, the last thing will be announced. It won't be announced by Raimonda. Guess who will announce it? It's my colleague Dora Longoni from the University of Padova.
I will be extremely brief. Last Friday, our newly elected rector, a woman for the first time in our history, entered into force and officially opened the celebrations for our 800-year anniversary. Okay? The Arqus annual conference will be a part of this program, and it will be held in Padua on April 4th to April 6th. So on behalf of our rector, I would like, Professor Daniela Mappelli, I would like to invite you to the Arqus annual conference. And for that, we have prepared a video to show you the university you'll be hosted at next year. Thank you, and welcome to Padua.
So, thanks to Padua, personally, I would really enjoy being over there. I hope that everybody also seen that, oh, I imagine myself being in Padua. So, this was a really brilliant invite. But everything has its beginning
And
end. So, here today, our annual conference ends. Yes?
Yes, I mean the official part, but tomorrow is a working day.
Yeah, so, but today we had quite good time, I hope, that you enjoyed here. So it was brilliant to see you here. Thank you for watching us online. I also checked that YouTube was really watched upon. So I'm really thankful for all who sit here, who worked on this day, who just been discussing and going through the transformation of European university.
Yeah, and remember, you are the drivers, and you drive so well, at least today, that we are fully confident we will reach wherever our destination.
So good start, till tomorrow.
Till tomorrow. Very sorry, technical announcement. Those who registered for KGB Museum on Friday, yes, Friday, please contact my colleague. There are different times, so we need to sort out, okay? Those registered for KGB guided tour.